The Art of the Enlightenment, Exploring the Age of Reason and Artistic Innovation, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment, also known as the Age of Reason, was an intellectual and cultural movement that began in the late 17th century and reached its peak in the 18th century. It marked a profound shift in European thought, characterized by an emphasis on reason, science, individualism, and skepticism of traditional authority. The Enlightenment was a response to centuries of religious and monarchic rule, with thinkers seeking to challenge long-standing beliefs and institutions. Central to the movement was the idea that human beings, through reason, could improve themselves and their societies. The origins of the Enlightenment lie in earlier intellectual developments, such as the Renaissance and the Scientific Revolution. During the Renaissance, there was a renewed interest in the classics of ancient Greece and Rome, which emphasized reason and empirical observation. Meanwhile, the Scientific Revolution introduced groundbreaking advancements in fields like astronomy, physics, and biology, which challenged traditional views of the universe and the human body. These shifts in thought paved the way for Enlightenment thinkers to question the established social, political, and religious systems of their time. At its core, the Enlightenment sought to establish a new framework for understanding the world, one based on empirical evidence, rational thought, and the scientific method. Enlightenment thinkers believed that individuals had the capacity to reason, and that this ability could be harnessed to improve not only their own lives, but also the broader society. They emphasized education and the dissemination of knowledge, believing that an informed public was essential to a just and prosperous society. This led to the expansion of libraries, the publication of books and pamphlets, and the formation of intellectual salons where ideas could be exchanged freely. The Enlightenment also had profound implications for politics. Thinkers like John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Montesquieu proposed new ideas about governance, focusing on the rights of individuals and the role of reason in political decision-making. They challenged the absolute power of monarchs and advocated for democracy, the separation of powers, and the protection of natural rights. These ideas played a crucial role in inspiring political revolutions in France and America. Ultimately, the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and human progress would shape much of the modern world. Its influence extended beyond philosophy and politics to art, literature, and culture, sparking new forms of creativity and expression. This chapter sets the stage for a deeper exploration of how the Enlightenment transformed European society and laid the groundwork for the intellectual, artistic, and political developments that followed. Defining the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment, often referred to as the Age of Reason, was a transformative intellectual and cultural movement that swept across Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries. It was defined by a shift in thought, where reason, science, and individualism became central to the pursuit of knowledge and societal progress. Philosophers, scientists, and artists of the Enlightenment sought to challenge traditional authorities, such as the church and absolute monarchies, and to place human beings at the center of intellectual and political life. The movement marked a departure from the medieval worldview, which was dominated by religious dogma and superstition, and ushered in an era where human reason was seen as the key to unlocking truth and achieving progress. At its core, the Enlightenment emphasized rational thought as the primary means of understanding the world and improving society. Enlightenment thinkers believed that through reason, individuals could gain knowledge, challenge established beliefs, and make informed decisions that would lead to a better, more just world. They viewed human beings as capable of achieving personal and collective advancement, rejecting the idea that human destiny was predetermined by divine will or monarchic power. This emphasis on reason led to the development of the scientific method, which encouraged observation, experimentation, and empirical evidence as the basis for knowledge. The Enlightenment also heralded a shift in attitudes toward authority and governance. It questioned the legitimacy of absolute monarchies and the divine right of kings, advocating instead for systems of government that protected individual rights and freedoms. Thinkers like John Locke and Montesquieu proposed the idea of social contracts and the separation of powers, laying the foundation for modern democracy and constitutional government. The belief in human rights and the capacity for self-governance became key elements of Enlightenment thought, influencing revolutionary movements, particularly the French and American revolutions. In addition to its impact on politics, the Enlightenment had profound effects on the arts, literature, and education. Intellectuals promoted the idea that art should be accessible to all and should reflect the principles of reason, clarity, and universality. The movement also contributed to the rise of secularism, as religion became less of a guiding force in public life, making way for a more human-centered worldview. In essence, the Enlightenment was a period of intellectual revolution that redefined how people understood themselves, their societies, and their potential for progress. It laid the groundwork for the modern age, influencing everything from politics to science, art, and philosophy. Intellectual and cultural origins. The intellectual and cultural origins of the Enlightenment can be traced back to several key movements and developments that took place in Europe in the centuries preceding it. These foundations set the stage for a dramatic shift in how people thought about the world, knowledge, and their place within society. The Renaissance, the Reformation, and the Scientific Revolution were particularly instrumental in shaping the intellectual climate that would give rise to Enlightenment ideas. The Renaissance, which began in Italy in the 14th century and spread throughout Europe, was a period of renewed interest in the classical art, philosophy, and literature of ancient Greece and Rome. It encouraged a human-centered worldview, where the potential of human reason, creativity, and individual achievement was celebrated. Humanists like Petrarch and Erasmus advocated for education that emphasized classical learning, the exploration of human experience, and the development of critical thinking. This focus on human agency and intellectual exploration helped to lay the groundwork for the Enlightenment's belief in the power of reason. The Reformation, which began in the early 16th century with Martin Luther's challenge to the Catholic Church, also played a crucial role in shaping the intellectual foundations of the Enlightenment. By questioning religious authority and promoting the idea that individuals could interpret religious texts for themselves, the Reformation fostered a spirit of skepticism toward traditional institutions and authority. This questioning attitude would later extend to all forms of authority, including political and social structures, during the Enlightenment. It also helped to foster a sense of individualism, as people began to think of themselves as autonomous thinkers, capable of making decisions independent of church or state influence. The Scientific Revolution, which began in the 16th century with figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, further catalyzed the intellectual transformation that led to the Enlightenment. The emphasis on empirical observation, experimentation, and the scientific method represented a break from medieval scholasticism and religious explanations of the natural world. The work of scientists like Isaac Newton, who formulated the laws of motion and gravity, demonstrated the power of reason to uncover the underlying principles of the universe. These discoveries fostered a belief in the potential of human knowledge and scientific progress, which became central tenets of Enlightenment thought. Together, these movements created a fertile intellectual environment in which the ideas of the Enlightenment could flourish. They encouraged a focus on human potential, reason, and empirical knowledge, all of which would form the basis for the challenges to traditional beliefs and the pursuit of social and political reform that defined the Enlightenment era. Philosophical foundations of the era. The philosophical foundations of the Enlightenment were deeply influenced by earlier intellectual movements, particularly the Renaissance and the Scientific Revolution, which emphasized the power of human reason, empirical observation, and individualism. Enlightenment philosophers sought to apply the principles of reason and scientific inquiry to all aspects of life, including politics, society, and morality. The era was defined by a belief that human beings, through the use of reason, could unlock universal truths and solve social and political problems, leading to progress and human flourishing. Central to the philosophy of the Enlightenment was the concept of reason itself. Enlightenment thinkers believed that reason was the key to understanding the world, and that through rational thought, individuals could achieve knowledge and make decisions that would improve their lives and societies. This emphasis on reason also led to a focus on skepticism, as Enlightenment thinkers questioned inherited beliefs and traditional authority. The idea that human beings could use their intellect to challenge superstition, dogma, and authority was a driving force behind the movement. One of the most significant philosophical influences on the Enlightenment was the work of René Descartes, whose method of doubt and emphasis on reason as the foundation of knowledge was deeply influential. Descartes famously stated, "Cogito ergo sum," I think, therefore I am, establishing the idea that reason and the act of thinking were the only certain foundation for knowledge. His work on epistemology, the theory of knowledge, encouraged a more critical and analytical approach to understanding the world. Another key figure in the philosophical foundations of the Enlightenment was John Locke. Locke's theories of natural rights and the social contract challenged the divine right of kings and the absolute authority of monarchs. According to Locke, all individuals possessed natural rights to life, liberty, and property, and governments existed to protect these rights. His ideas about the separation of powers, as articulated in his Two Treatises of Government, influenced the development of modern democratic systems, including the American Constitution. The philosophy of the Enlightenment also saw the rise of secularism, as thinkers like Voltaire and Montesquieu advocated for a separation between church and state. Religion was viewed less as a source of knowledge and more as a personal matter, with Enlightenment philosophers emphasizing the importance of secular reasoning in shaping laws, governments, and moral systems. These philosophical ideas, along with the emphasis on empirical evidence and scientific inquiry, formed the backbone of the Enlightenment's intellectual framework, shaping not only its intellectual discourse, but also its political and social movements. The belief in the power of human reason to shape the future and improve society remains one of the lasting legacies of the Enlightenment. The rise of reason and science. The rise of reason and science during the Enlightenment marked a pivotal moment in intellectual history, as thinkers sought to apply rational thought and empirical evidence to understand the world around them. This shift was not just a rejection of medieval scholasticism and religious dogma, but also a revolution in how knowledge was acquired and how the natural world and human society were perceived. The Enlightenment emphasized that reason, guided by evidence and observation, could lead to progress, and that scientific inquiry was a powerful tool for discovering truths about the universe. This transformation was rooted in the earlier scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries, which laid the groundwork for the Enlightenment's embrace of reason and science. Figures like Nicholas Copernicus, Galileo Galilei, Johannes Kepler, and Isaac Newton challenged the Aristotelian and Ptolemaic models of the universe, replacing them with new theories grounded in observation and experimentation. Copernicus's heliocentric theory, which placed the sun at the center of the universe, contradicted centuries of geocentric belief, while Galileo's telescopic observations and Kepler's laws of planetary motion provided irrefutable evidence for the Copernican model. Most notably, Isaac Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation detailed in his work Principia, synthesized the work of his predecessors and presented a new, rational framework for understanding the physical world. The success of the scientific revolution fostered a growing belief that reason and empirical observation could be applied to all areas of human inquiry, not just the natural sciences. Enlightenment thinkers like René Descartes and Francis Bacon, building on the achievements of earlier scientists, championed the scientific method as a tool for discovering truth. Descartes, with his emphasis on doubt and reason, argued that the application of methodical reasoning could lead to certain knowledge. Bacon's work, on the other hand, called for a systematic approach to gathering and analyzing data through experimentation, a method that would become central to scientific inquiry in the following centuries. As science advanced, so too did the belief that it was the key to human progress. Enlightenment thinkers sought to free society from superstition, tyranny, and ignorance through the application of scientific reasoning to all aspects of life. Philosophers like Voltaire and John Locke argued for a more rational approach to governance and society, based on principles of natural law and the protection of individual rights. In doing so, science became not only a means of understanding the natural world, but also a tool for improving human society. The rise of reason and science during the Enlightenment reshaped human thought and set the stage for modernity, where rationality, scientific inquiry, and progress would become central values in shaping the future. A shift in the societal mindset. The Enlightenment ushered in a profound shift in the societal mindset as ideas rooted in reason, individualism, and progress began to challenge traditional authority and norms. This shift was not limited to intellectual circles, but permeated every level of society, transforming politics, religion, culture, and daily life. The belief that human beings could shape their own destinies through reason and inquiry led to an increased focus on personal liberty, social reform, and the questioning of long-standing institutions, particularly the church and monarchy. At the heart of this transformation was a challenge to the established hierarchies that had defined European societies for centuries. Prior to the Enlightenment, authority was largely unquestioned, and power was concentrated in the hands of monarchs and religious institutions. The divine right of kings and the pervasive influence of the church on both the state and individual lives were foundational to the structure of society. However, the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason and skepticism, began to question these traditional power structures. Thinkers such as John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Montesquieu argued that political power should not be absolute, but rather should be rooted in the consent of the governed and subject to laws that protected individual rights. This marked a shift from seeing authority as divinely ordained to viewing it as a human construct, open to challenge and reform. In addition to political change, the Enlightenment also fostered a cultural shift. Intellectual salons, coffee houses, and public debates became popular venues for the exchange of ideas, which helped spread Enlightenment ideals to a broader audience. The belief in the importance of education and the dissemination of knowledge led to the creation of encyclopedias, libraries, and new forms of publishing, all of which allowed the public to engage with new ideas. The Enlightenment encouraged a new sense of individuality where personal autonomy and the pursuit of happiness were seen as fundamental rights. This sense of individualism led to a greater focus on personal freedom, both in terms of self-expression and in the ability to pursue one's own interests without interference from external authority. Religion, too, experienced a significant shift during the Enlightenment. While religious belief remained important to many, the period saw the rise of secularism and a growing emphasis on religious tolerance. Enlightenment thinkers, such as Voltaire, criticized the influence of the church on political and social life and called for a separation between church and state. This shift paved the way for a more pluralistic society, where diverse beliefs could coexist and be debated without fear of persecution. In essence, the societal mindset during the Enlightenment was one of transformation. It was a time when reason, individual rights, and a belief in progress reshaped how people viewed themselves, their society, and their relationship to authority. The Enlightenment laid the groundwork for modernity, creating a foundation for the political, social, and cultural advancements that would follow in the centuries to come. Chapter 2: The Philosophical Roots of the Enlightenment. The philosophical roots of the Enlightenment are deeply intertwined with earlier intellectual movements, including the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the Scientific Revolution. These movements cultivated a mindset that valued reason, inquiry, and the questioning of traditional authority, all of which laid the groundwork for the profound intellectual shifts that defined the Enlightenment. Central to Enlightenment philosophy was the belief in the power of human reason, the capacity of individuals to achieve knowledge through their own thinking, and the rejection of superstitions and dogma that had long dominated European thought. One of the foundational elements of Enlightenment philosophy was the shift from medieval scholasticism to more empirical and rational forms of understanding. Philosophers like René Descartes played a key role in this transformation. Descartes is often regarded as the father of modern philosophy for his emphasis on reason as the ultimate source of knowledge. His famous declaration, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, challenged the previously unquestioned reliance on tradition and authority. Descartes' method of doubt, which involved questioning all knowledge until it could be proven by reason, laid the foundation for a more scientific and systematic approach to philosophy. His work encouraged the development of a new way of thinking about the self, the universe, and the relationship between the two. Alongside Descartes, the English philosopher John Locke had a profound influence on the Enlightenment's philosophical underpinnings, particularly in terms of political thought. Locke's theories of natural rights and the social contract argued that individuals were born with inherent rights to life, liberty, and property. In contrast to the absolute rule of monarchs, Locke proposed that governments were formed through the consent of the governed to protect these rights. His belief that knowledge and ideas are shaped by experience and that human nature is not inherently corrupt helped to form a more optimistic view of human potential. Locke's ideas were instrumental in shaping the political philosophy that would later influence revolutions in America and France. In addition to Descartes and Locke, other Enlightenment thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Voltaire further developed and expanded upon these ideas. Rousseau's concept of the general will and Montesquieu's theory of the separation of powers in government were revolutionary in their challenges to absolute monarchy and the idea that society could be organized in ways that promoted individual freedom and justice. Voltaire, with his advocacy for religious tolerance and freedom of speech, pushed the boundaries of Enlightenment thought by questioning the influence of organized religion and the state on personal liberty. Overall, the philosophical roots of the Enlightenment were grounded in a commitment to reason, empirical evidence, and individual rights. The thinkers of the period sought to redefine humanity's relationship with the world, with government, and with the divine, laying the foundation for the political and social transformations that would follow. Rationalism versus empiricism. Rationalism and empiricism were two central philosophical approaches that shaped the intellectual landscape of the Enlightenment, each offering distinct views on the nature of knowledge and how it is acquired. These two schools of thought were in constant dialogue and often in conflict, as they presented contrasting perspectives on the role of reason and experience in shaping human understanding. The tension between these two approaches became one of the defining debates of the era and influenced much of the philosophical development during the Enlightenment. Rationalism, championed by philosophers such as René Descartes, argued that reason was the primary source of knowledge and that certain truths could be known independently of sensory experience. Descartes, often considered the father of modern rationalism, believed that the mind, through its ability to reason, could grasp certain fundamental truths about the world. His famous dictum, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, emphasized the role of the thinking subject in constructing knowledge. Rationalists believed that reason, rather than sensory experience, could lead to universal and certain truths about the world. For them, knowledge derived from intellectual deduction and logical reasoning, often in the form of mathematical and metaphysical principles. This view was rooted in the idea that the world had an inherent order that could be understood through reason, and that human beings possessed the intellectual capacity to access this order. Empiricism, on the other hand, was articulated by philosophers like John Locke, George Berkeley, and David Hume, who contended that all knowledge derives from sensory experience. According to empiricists, the mind is a blank slate, tabula rasa, at birth, and individuals acquire knowledge through their experiences and interactions with the world around them. Locke argued that humans gain knowledge through observation and experience, and that all ideas originate from sensory impressions. Empiricists emphasize the importance of observation, experimentation, and evidence in the pursuit of knowledge, particularly in the natural sciences. For them, truths about the world could only be verified through experience, and they rejected the idea of innate ideas or knowledge that existed independently of sensory data. The debate between rationalism and empiricism was significant during the Enlightenment, as it raised fundamental questions about how humans understand their environment and the limits of human knowledge. While rationalists emphasized the power of reason to uncover truths, empiricists insisted that knowledge must be grounded in observable, verifiable experience. The influence of both traditions shaped Enlightenment thought, with rationalist principles contributing to advances in mathematics and metaphysics, while empiricism drove the development of the scientific method and the focus on observation and experimentation. The tension between these two perspectives would continue to evolve, influencing later philosophical and scientific developments in the modern era. Key Enlightenment thinkers: Descartes, Locke, Kant. The Enlightenment was shaped by the contributions of numerous key thinkers, each of whom played a pivotal role in redefining human understanding, society, and governance. Among the most influential figures of the era were René Descartes, John Locke, and Immanuel Kant. These philosophers helped to establish the intellectual framework that would guide Enlightenment thought, shaping the way people viewed reason, knowledge, and the human capacity for progress. René Descartes, often referred to as the father of modern philosophy, was a central figure in the development of rationalism. Descartes emphasized the importance of reason as the foundation for knowledge, famously stating, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. He argued that the only thing certain in the world was the existence of the self as a thinking being, and from this certainty, he sought to build a system of knowledge grounded in reason. Descartes' method of doubt, which involved questioning everything that could be doubted in order to arrive at indubitable truths, was revolutionary. His work laid the groundwork for the scientific method and influenced a wide range of disciplines, from philosophy to mathematics and natural science. Descartes' focus on reason and the power of the human mind to comprehend the world marked a significant break from the medieval reliance on religious and authoritative teachings. John Locke, an English philosopher, was a leading figure in the development of empiricism and political philosophy. Locke's theories of knowledge and government had a profound impact on the Enlightenment. In his work, An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Locke argued that the mind is a blank slate at birth and knowledge is derived from sensory experience. He emphasized the importance of observation and experience in shaping human understanding and rejected the idea of innate ideas. In the realm of politics, Locke's theories of natural rights and the social contract challenged the divine right of kings and laid the philosophical foundation for modern liberal democracy. Locke believed that individuals had inherent rights to life, liberty, and property, and that governments existed to protect these rights, drawing power from the consent of the governed. Immanuel Kant, a German philosopher, brought a unique perspective to the Enlightenment with his exploration of human reason and its limitations. In his famous work, Critique of Pure Reason, Kant sought to reconcile the rationalist and empiricist traditions by arguing that while knowledge begins with experience, the mind plays an active role in structuring and interpreting that experience. He proposed that humans can never know things as they truly are in themselves, the noumenal world, but only as they appear to us through our senses and mental faculties, the phenomenal world. Kant's emphasis on the limits of human knowledge and his exploration of the nature of human perception revolutionized philosophy and influenced later thinkers in epistemology, ethics, and metaphysics. Together, Descartes, Locke, and Kant shaped the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment. Their work, based on the power of reason and a commitment to challenging established beliefs, laid the philosophical groundwork for the social and political changes that followed during this transformative period. The concept of natural rights. The concept of natural rights was one of the central ideas that emerged during the Enlightenment and had a profound impact on political philosophy. Rooted in the belief that all individuals possess certain fundamental rights simply by virtue of being human, natural rights provided a framework for understanding individual liberty and the relationship between the state and its citizens. This concept not only challenged traditional authority, but also laid the groundwork for modern democratic principles, including the protection of individual freedoms and the establishment of constitutional governments. The notion of natural rights can be traced back to ancient philosophy, but it was during the Enlightenment that it gained prominence as a political and moral theory. One of the key proponents of natural rights was the English philosopher John Locke, who argued that individuals are born with inherent rights to life, liberty, and property. Locke's theory was based on the idea that these rights exist independently of government or laws and are part of the natural condition of human beings. According to Locke, these natural rights are inalienable, meaning they cannot be surrendered or transferred, even with an individual's consent. In his Second Treatise of Government, Locke argued that the role of government is to protect these rights, and if a government fails to do so, citizens have the right to overthrow it. Locke's ideas provided the philosophical foundation for liberal democracy and had a profound influence on the American and French revolutions. The concept of natural rights also challenged the prevailing notion of divine right monarchy, which held that kings ruled by the will of God and were answerable only to God. Locke and other Enlightenment thinkers, such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau, questioned this absolutist view of power. Rousseau, in his work The Social Contract, argued that legitimate political authority arises from the consent of the governed, not divine mandate or inherited privilege. Rousseau's idea of the general will emphasized that the collective interests of society should guide government decisions, and individuals should have the right to participate in determining the laws under which they live. This vision of political equality and collective decision-making, rooted in natural rights, laid the intellectual groundwork for modern democratic systems. Natural rights were also central to the debates over religious freedom, as thinkers like Voltaire and Thomas Jefferson emphasized that individuals should have the right to practice their religion without interference from the state. These ideas of individual autonomy and personal liberty became foundational to the development of human rights concepts and legal systems around the world. In conclusion, the Enlightenment's concept of natural rights was a revolutionary shift in how people thought about the individual's role within society and the state. By asserting that people are born with inalienable rights that cannot be taken away, Enlightenment thinkers challenged authoritarian rule and promoted the idea that government should exist to protect the freedoms of its citizens. This idea not only transformed political thought in the 18th century, but continues to influence modern political systems and human rights discourse. Secularism and religious tolerance. Secularism and religious tolerance were fundamental concepts that gained traction during the Enlightenment, marking a departure from the traditional dominance of religious institutions in political and social life. As Enlightenment thinkers began to prioritize reason, individual liberty, and empirical evidence over superstition and dogma, they increasingly argued for the separation of church and state and the protection of religious freedoms. These ideas were instrumental in shaping modern conceptions of individual rights, freedom of expression, and pluralism, and they played a key role in challenging the authority of religious institutions over governance and daily life. The rise of secularism during the Enlightenment was closely tied to the intellectual movement's critique of religious authority and its emphasis on reason. Philosophers like Voltaire, who was a vocal critic of the Catholic Church's influence in France, argued that religious institutions had long been responsible for perpetuating ignorance, superstition, and intolerance. Voltaire's famous call for religious freedom and the separation of church and state resonated with Enlightenment thinkers who saw religious dogma as a hindrance to human progress. In his treatise on toleration, Voltaire advocated for a society in which individuals could practice their faith freely without the interference of the state or any institutionalized religion. He believed that religion should remain a personal matter, separate from the political sphere, allowing for greater freedom of thought and expression. Secularism, as promoted during the Enlightenment, did not advocate for the abolition of religion, but rather for its removal from public affairs. Enlightenment thinkers argued that political authority should be based on reason and human rights rather than religious doctrine. This shift laid the foundation for the modern concept of the secular state, where laws and governance are not influenced by religious beliefs, but are instead grounded in rational thought and the welfare of citizens. Religious tolerance, another central tenet of Enlightenment thought, emerged as a response to the religious wars and persecutions that had plagued Europe for centuries. Thinkers like John Locke argued that individuals should have the freedom to worship as they choose, without fear of persecution or coercion. Locke's Letter Concerning Toleration emphasized that religious differences should not be a cause for social division or political unrest. His ideas influenced later political leaders and contributed to the eventual establishment of religious freedom in many democratic societies. The Enlightenment's advocacy for secularism and religious tolerance had a profound impact on the shaping of modern democratic principles. By challenging the entwined nature of church and state and advocating for the protection of individual religious rights, Enlightenment thinkers helped to foster societies that valued pluralism, human dignity, and the freedom to question and critique traditional beliefs. These ideas continue to shape the ongoing conversations about the role of religion in public life and the protection of individual rights in contemporary societies. The influence of the scientific revolution. The scientific revolution, which unfolded in the 16th and 17th centuries, had a profound influence on the Enlightenment, shaping the intellectual climate of the 18th century. This period of dramatic advancements in science and mathematics challenged traditional views of the universe, laying the groundwork for a new understanding of nature that would deeply impact the way Enlightenment thinkers approached knowledge, reason, and society. The emphasis on observation, experimentation, and empirical evidence championed by the scientific revolution became a core principle of Enlightenment thought, driving many philosophers, political theorists, and intellectuals to apply these methods beyond the natural sciences into human affairs and governance. One of the most important impacts of the scientific revolution on the Enlightenment was the development of the scientific method. Pioneers such as Nicolaus Copernicus, Galileo Galilei, Johannes Kepler and Isaac Newton revolutionized the study of nature by introducing a more systematic and evidence-based approach to understanding the physical world. Copernicus' heliocentric model, which placed the sun at the center of the universe, contradicted the long-held geocentric view, and Galileo's observations of the heavens using a telescope provided empirical evidence for the Copernican theory. Kepler's laws of planetary motion and Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation further confirmed the power of observation, mathematics, and reason in uncovering universal laws governing the cosmos. The success of these scientific breakthroughs inspired Enlightenment thinkers to apply similar methods to other areas of human life. The idea that knowledge could be discovered through reason and empirical investigation became a central tenet of Enlightenment philosophy. Philosophers such as René Descartes and John Locke championed the idea that human beings could use reason and observation to understand the world around them, and that knowledge was best derived from sensory experience and logical deduction. The rise of rationalism and empiricism during the Enlightenment was in many ways a direct extension of the scientific principles established by the scientific revolution. Moreover, the emphasis on questioning established truths and seeking evidence over superstition and authority influenced political and social thought during the Enlightenment. The scientific revolution demonstrated the power of critical inquiry, and thinkers such as Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Montesquieu began to apply these principles to the analysis of government, religion, and society. They advocated for a more rational and just society based on the principles of reason, equality, and natural rights. The challenge to religious and political authority, inspired by the success of scientific inquiry, led to calls for religious tolerance, secularism, and the restructuring of political power, particularly in terms of individual rights and democratic governance. In conclusion, the scientific revolution provided both the intellectual framework and the inspiration for the Enlightenment. By demonstrating that human reason and empirical observation could unlock the secrets of the universe, it encouraged Enlightenment thinkers to apply these same principles to other domains of knowledge, fundamentally changing how people understood the world and their place within it. The legacies of both the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment continue to influence modern scientific, political, and philosophical thought today. Chapter 3, The Role of Art in the Age of Reason. The Age of Reason, or the Enlightenment, brought significant transformations not only to philosophy and politics, but also to the world of art. During this period, art became a tool for expressing the ideals of reason, progress, and the celebration of human achievement. As Enlightenment thinkers rejected superstition and dogma, artists increasingly focused on subjects that embodied the virtues of rationality, order, and clarity, and sought to reflect the changing intellectual climate of the time. Art was no longer solely about religious or royal patronage. It became a medium for exploring new ideas and addressing social issues, reflecting the Enlightenment's commitment to the improvement of society through reason and intellectual progress. One of the key artistic movements associated with the Enlightenment was neoclassicism, which sought to revive the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. This movement was inspired by the rationalism and order that characterized classical art, with its emphasis on harmony, proportion, and simplicity. Artists such as Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, and Antonio Canova looked to classical antiquity for inspiration, using these ideals to create works that celebrated heroism, civic virtue, and moral integrity. Neoclassical art rejected the excesses and ornate style of the Baroque and Rococo periods, favoring clean lines, restrained color palettes, and a focus on the human form. The works of these artists often depicted scenes from classical history, mythology, and politics, conveying messages about duty, honor, and the rational organization of society. Art during the Enlightenment also reflected the growing interest in science and empirical observation. Many Enlightenment thinkers, such as Isaac Newton and René Descartes, sought to understand the natural world through reason and observation, and artists, in turn, began to depict the world with a greater sense of realism and accuracy. The development of perspective, anatomy, and light and shadow was crucial during this time, as artists strove to create works that captured the essence of human experience and nature in a more scientifically grounded way. This focus on realism and accuracy can be seen in the work of artists like Francisco Goya, who combined realistic depictions with social commentary, and Joseph Wright of Derby, whose work often depicted scientific experiments and technological advancements. Furthermore, art in the Age of Reason played an important role in the growing ideals of social reform and political change. Artists used their works to engage with contemporary social issues, such as the abolition of slavery, the rights of women, and the critique of monarchy and inequality. Art became a powerful tool for spreading Enlightenment ideas to a broader audience, with exhibitions, prints, and books making these works more accessible to the public. As the Enlightenment encouraged critical thinking and the questioning of authority, artists became key figures in the dissemination of ideas, making their works a critical component of the intellectual revolution of the time. In conclusion, art in the Age of Reason was intricately linked to the intellectual and cultural shifts of the Enlightenment. Through neoclassicism, realism, and social commentary, artists not only embraced the principles of reason, order, and progress, but also played an active role in shaping public opinion and reflecting the changing values of society. The art of this period was a visual representation of the Enlightenment's commitment to human advancement, intellectual exploration, and the betterment of society. Art as a reflection of intellectual change. During the Enlightenment, art evolved as a powerful reflection of the intellectual and philosophical changes of the time. As reason, scientific inquiry, and individual rights became the central values of the era, art mirrored these transformations by shifting away from religious and royal subjects towards themes of reason, progress, and social reform. The connection between art and the evolving intellectual landscape is evident in how artists responded to the changing ideas about society, politics, and the natural world, using their work to both reflect and challenge the beliefs of their time. One of the most significant ways in which art reflected intellectual change was through the rise of neoclassicism. Inspired by the rationality and order of ancient Greece and Rome, neoclassical artists emphasized clarity, simplicity, and moral virtue in their work. This aesthetic was not just an artistic choice, but a visual embodiment of Enlightenment values, such as rationality, civic duty, and the belief in the power of reason to shape society. Artists like Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres sought to portray figures from classical history and mythology in ways that conveyed moral lessons and promoted values such as heroism, justice, and honor. Their works often reflected the Enlightenment's critique of absolute monarchy and its promotion of republican ideals, with scenes of historical figures making rational decisions or standing as examples of virtuous leadership. In addition to neoclassicism, art in the Enlightenment also became more focused on human observation and the natural world, reflecting the growing influence of scientific thought. Enlightenment thinkers such as Isaac Newton and Carl Linnaeus emphasized the importance of studying nature through observation and empirical methods. Artists, in turn, began to incorporate these principles into their work. The rise of naturalism in painting, exemplified by the work of artists like Joseph Wright of Derby, demonstrated an increased interest in depicting the world with greater accuracy and realism. Wright's paintings of scientific experiments, such as an experiment on a bird in the air pump, conveyed not only the advancements in science, but also the Enlightenment's belief in human progress through rational inquiry. Furthermore, art began to reflect the Enlightenment's interest in social and political change. Artists like Francisco Goya and William Hogarth used their works to comment on social injustices, the abuse of power, and the human condition. Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808, for example, depicts the brutal execution of Spanish civilians by French soldiers, highlighting the atrocities of war and the suffering of the common people. These works were a direct reflection of the Enlightenment's growing emphasis on human rights, equality, and the critique of oppressive authority. Art during the Enlightenment was not merely decorative or aesthetic. It was deeply intertwined with the era's intellectual currents. Through neoclassicism, naturalism, and social critique, artists provided visual commentary on the intellectual changes of the time, using their work to reflect, challenge, and shape the ideas that defined the Age of Reason. In doing so, they played an active role in the Enlightenment's mission to promote reason, knowledge, and societal progress. Transition from Baroque to Rococo. The transition from Baroque to Rococo in the early 18th century marked a significant shift in artistic style, reflecting broader changes in society, culture, and intellectual life. The Baroque period, which emerged in the late 16th century and flourished into the early 17th century, was characterized by dramatic, emotional, and highly detailed works, often designed to evoke awe and grandeur. It was deeply connected to the Catholic Counter-Reformation, which sought to reaffirm the power of the Church through art. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Gian Lorenzo Bernini emphasized movement, emotion, and intense light and shadow to create a sense of divine energy and spiritual fervor. However, by the early 18th century, a new sensibility began to take hold in Europe, particularly in France, leading to the rise of Rococo. This style emerged as a reaction against the boldness and religious intensity of Baroque art, reflecting a shift toward a more playful, decorative, and secular aesthetic. While Baroque art conveyed drama and grandeur, Rococo focused on grace, lightness, and sensuality. The change was partly a response to the changing cultural climate of the time, including the increasing wealth of the European aristocracy and the rise of a more hedonistic, pleasure-oriented society. Rococo art, often associated with the French court of Louis XV, was characterized by its light color palette, soft curves, and delicate details. Artists like Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard embraced these qualities, creating works that were intimate, romantic, and filled with playful and whimsical themes. Rococo paintings often depicted scenes of flirtation, love, and leisurely activities, such as picnics or gatherings in idyllic gardens. The style also found expression in interior design, with elaborate but lighter furniture, mirrors, and decorations that evoked a sense of elegance and refinement. In contrast to the Baroque's emphasis on grandeur and religious or historical themes, Rococo favored more personal and secular subjects. The Rococo period mirrored the growing influence of the Enlightenment, which emphasized individualism, pleasure, and the pursuit of happiness. The aristocracy, particularly in France, had more leisure time and wealth to indulge in entertainment and luxuries, which was reflected in the art and culture of the period. Despite its appeal to the upper classes, Rococo's emphasis on frivolity and excess led to criticism, especially as the Enlightenment's focus on reason and morality began to challenge such hedonism. By the mid-18th century, Rococo gave way to neoclassicism, which sought a return to the more restrained, noble ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. Nonetheless, the transition from Baroque to Rococo represented an important moment in art history, marking a shift from the emotional intensity of the Baroque to the light-hearted, decorative elegance of Rococo, and serving as a precursor to the intellectual and artistic changes of the Enlightenment. The rise of neoclassicism. The rise of neoclassicism in the mid-18th century was a significant cultural shift, marking a return to the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. This movement emerged as a response to the excesses of the Rococo style, which had dominated European art in the earlier part of the century. Neoclassicism, with its emphasis on reason, simplicity, and moral virtue, reflected the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment, which sought to reform society through reason and the application of universal principles. It was a movement deeply influenced by the rediscovery of classical antiquity, particularly through archaeological excavations such as those at Pompeii and Herculaneum, which uncovered ancient Greek and Roman art and architecture. The intellectual foundation of neoclassicism can be traced to the Enlightenment's focus on rationality and order. Thinkers of the time, such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu, championed the idea that human behavior should be governed by reason and that society should be organized according to principles of justice and equality. This emphasis on reason resonated strongly with the neoclassical artists, who believed that art should reflect moral and intellectual values rather than superficial ornamentation or extravagance. They rejected the playful, decorative nature of Rococo in favor of clarity, simplicity, and a return to the dignified and restrained style of classical antiquity. In painting and sculpture, neoclassicism was characterized by the use of clean lines, balanced compositions, and subjects drawn from classical history, mythology, and philosophy. Artists such as Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, and Antonio Canova became prominent figures of the movement, using classical themes to promote civic virtue, heroism, and moral integrity. David, for example, in works like The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, depicted scenes of moral duty and sacrifice, reflecting the Enlightenment belief in the importance of individual responsibility to society. His works were also deeply political, often celebrating Republican ideals in contrast to the monarchy and aristocracy that were being challenged during the French Revolution. Neoclassical architecture also reflected these principles, with its emphasis on symmetry, proportion, and the use of classical columns, pediments, and arches. The movement was not only about visual style, but also about creating a sense of rational order and moral clarity in society. The construction of public buildings such as the Pantheon in Paris and the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., both of which were influenced by classical designs, symbolized the new ideals of democracy, reason, and civic duty. Ultimately, neoclassicism represented a rejection of the ornate excesses of the Baroque and Rococo periods, embracing instead the intellectual rigor and moral clarity of classical antiquity. It was a movement that sought to combine art with Enlightenment ideals, promoting reason, virtue, and a renewed appreciation for the culture and philosophy of the ancient world. Through its emphasis on rationality, order, and simplicity, neoclassicism left a lasting imprint on art, architecture, and culture, influencing the development of modern Western aesthetics and democratic ideals. The idealization of reason in visual art. The idealization of reason in visual art during the Enlightenment reflected the period's intellectual shift towards rational thought, logic, and empirical evidence as guiding principles in understanding the world. As Enlightenment thinkers emphasized the power of human reason to shape society and improve the condition of mankind, artists were similarly influenced by these ideals, using their work to portray reason as an essential quality of the human experience. In this context, visual art became a vehicle for exploring and representing the rationality that was central to Enlightenment philosophy. One of the primary ways in which reason was idealized in visual art was through the use of neoclassical style, which sought to revive the simplicity, balance, and order found in ancient Greek and Roman art. The classical ideals of harmony, proportion, and rationality were seen as emblematic of the intellectual clarity and moral integrity that Enlightenment thinkers celebrated. Artists like Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres depicted historical and mythological figures in compositions that exuded rationality and discipline. For example, David's The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, not only showcased the moral virtue of duty and sacrifice, but also emphasized the importance of reasoned decision-making and self-control in the face of conflict. The figures in his paintings are composed with precise lines and balanced forms, mirroring the Enlightenment belief in the power of rational thought to guide human action. In addition to neoclassical style, the subjects of Enlightenment art often reflected the intellectual concerns of the time. Scenes of scientific discovery, philosophical debate, and the pursuit of knowledge were common, with artists using these themes to celebrate the growing importance of reason in every aspect of life. For example, paintings by artists like Joseph Wright of Derby, such as An Experiment on a Bird in the Air Pump, 1768, depicted scientific experiments and the rational process of inquiry. These works emphasized the Enlightenment's reverence for the scientific method, which sought to understand the natural world through observation, reason, and evidence. By showcasing these moments of intellectual exploration, artists reinforced the idea that reason was the key to unlocking new knowledge and advancing human progress. The idealization of reason in art was also reflected in the portrayal of idealized, heroic figures engaged in acts of intellectual achievement or civic virtue. Artists celebrated the rational, morally upright individuals who contributed to the betterment of society, echoing the Enlightenment's emphasis on human potential and the importance of education, rational governance, and moral integrity. In works that depicted philosophers like Socrates or figures like Napoleon, reason was not just an abstract concept, but a dynamic force that shaped the individual's actions and their impact on society. Ultimately, the idealization of reason in visual art during the Enlightenment served both as a reflection of the period's intellectual climate and as a means to promote Enlightenment ideals. By embracing classical aesthetics, portraying moments of intellectual achievement, and celebrating reasoned action, art became a key tool in advancing the movement's belief in the power of human intellect to improve the world. Art as a tool for social and political commentary. During the Enlightenment, art became more than just a decorative or intellectual pursuit. It evolved into a powerful tool for social and political commentary. The period's emphasis on reason, equality, and individual rights sparked a desire to challenge existing power structures, question authority, and expose societal injustices. As a result, artists increasingly used their work to reflect on and critique the political, social, and cultural issues of the time, engaging with themes such as the abuse of power, inequality, and the fight for freedom. One of the most prominent ways in which art functioned as political commentary was through the depiction of current events and social issues. Artists like Francisco Goya and William Hogarth used their works to address the problems of their societies, often illustrating the effects of war, corruption, and the excesses of the ruling classes. Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808, 1814, for example, powerfully captures the brutal execution of Spanish civilians by French soldiers, exposing the horrors of war and the suffering of ordinary people. The painting serves as a condemnation of violence and oppression, emphasizing the humanity of the victims and criticizing the injustice of unchecked power. Goya's work was not just a representation of historical events, but a call to reflect on the moral consequences of war and tyranny. Similarly, Hogarth's satirical engravings, such as A Rake's Progress, 1733, critiqued the moral and social corruption of the time. Through a series of narrative paintings, Hogarth depicted the downfall of a young man who indulges in vice and excess, ultimately leading to his ruin. The work critiques the moral decay of society, highlighting the dangers of unchecked indulgence and the flaws of the aristocracy. Hogarth's social commentary also extended to issues of class, with his works often exposing the hypocrisy and inequality embedded in the social structure. Through his satirical lens, he encouraged his audience to question societal norms and examine the moral fabric of their world. Moreover, art became an important medium for advocating for political and social reform. As Enlightenment ideals began to spread, many artists saw their work as a way to support the growing movements for human rights, liberty, and democracy. The allegorical paintings and sculptures of the period often depicted the triumph of virtue over tyranny, symbolizing the Enlightenment's belief in the power of reason to bring about social change. Artists like Jacques-Louis David, who was deeply involved in the political atmosphere of revolutionary France, used their art to support revolutionary ideals, advocating for the overthrow of corrupt regimes and the establishment of republican values. In addition to direct political commentary, art also became a tool for questioning traditional power structures, including the church and monarchy. Many Enlightenment thinkers, influenced by the philosophy of secularism, challenged the authority of religious and royal institutions, and artists followed suit. Through allegory and symbolism, they portrayed the weakening of these institutions, contributing to the broader critique of established hierarchies. In conclusion, art in the Enlightenment era played a crucial role in social and political commentary, offering a platform for addressing pressing issues of the time. By reflecting on war, corruption, inequality, and the need for reform, artists became active participants in the intellectual and political debates of the period, using their works to challenge authority and advocate for change. Through its visual power, art helped to shape public discourse, influencing how society viewed itself and its future. Chapter 4: Enlightenment Architecture. Enlightenment architecture emerged as a reflection of intellectual and cultural shifts of the 18th century, aligning closely with the ideals of reason, order, and clarity that defined the period. As Enlightenment thinkers rejected superstition and sought to advance society through rational thought, architecture evolved to embody these principles, emphasizing symmetry, simplicity, and functionality. The period saw a transition from the extravagant and highly decorative Baroque style to a more restrained, classical approach that aligned with the Enlightenment's ideals of rationality and moderation. One of the most significant movements in Enlightenment architecture was neoclassicism, which sought to revive the classical forms and proportions of ancient Greek and Roman architecture. Influenced by the study of classical antiquity, architects of the time sought to create buildings that symbolized the ideals of democracy, rationality, and civic virtue. The architectural designs of this period were often marked by clear lines, balanced proportions, and the use of classical elements such as columns, pediments, and porticos. These features evoked a sense of order and stability, qualities that the Enlightenment thinkers believed were central to a just and rational society. One of the most famous examples of Enlightenment architecture is the Pantheon in Paris, originally conceived as a church and later repurposed as a secular monument. Designed by Jacques Germain Soufflot, the Pantheon's grand neoclassical facade, with its majestic columns and domed roof, reflects the Enlightenment's embrace of classical ideals while also symbolizing the secular values of reason and progress. The building's transformation from a religious space to a secular one illustrates the era's growing emphasis on secularism and the shifting relationship between religion and public life. Another key development in Enlightenment architecture was the design of public spaces that emphasized accessibility and transparency. As ideas of democracy and public participation gained prominence, architects began to create buildings that were open to the people and symbolized the ideals of inclusivity and civic engagement. The design of government buildings, universities, and cultural institutions incorporated open, spacious layouts that encouraged the flow of ideas and promoted intellectual exchange. The use of light, air, and open space in these designs was symbolic of the Enlightenment's belief in the illumination of the human mind and the pursuit of knowledge. Architects, such as Robert Adam in Britain and Étienne Louis Boulle in France, pushed the boundaries of architectural design, incorporating modern materials and innovative techniques while staying grounded in classical principles. Adam's work, for example, combined classical forms with new, more functional layouts for homes and public buildings, reflecting the era's desire for architecture that was both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Boulle, known for his visionary and monumental designs, created conceptual works that epitomized the Enlightenment's quest to apply reason and scientific principles to all areas of human endeavor. In conclusion, Enlightenment architecture was characterized by a return to classical forms and an emphasis on reason, functionality, and civic virtue. Architects of the time sought to create buildings that reflected the values of the Enlightenment, from the use of classical styles to the design of public spaces that symbolized inclusivity and progress. Through its embrace of order, clarity, and intellectual ideals, Enlightenment architecture left a lasting legacy, influencing not only the built environment of the 18th century, but also the development of modern architecture in the centuries that followed. Classical influences and the rise of neoclassical architecture. The rise of neoclassical architecture in the 18th century was deeply influenced by the classical traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, marking a return to the principles of balance, harmony, and order that were characteristic of classical antiquity. This architectural shift, which became prominent during the Enlightenment, reflected the era's intellectual embrace of reason, clarity, and a rejection of the elaborate forms and ornate details of the Baroque and Rococo periods. The renewed interest in classical architecture was part of a broader cultural movement that sought to draw on the ideals of antiquity to inspire a more rational, democratic, and morally virtuous society. The roots of neoclassical architecture can be traced back to the Renaissance, which had first revived classical ideals. But it was in the 18th century, with the discoveries of ancient ruins like those in Pompeii and Herculaneum, that the movement gained fresh momentum. These archaeological findings, along with increased scholarly attention to classical texts, fueled a new fascination with the architectural accomplishments of ancient civilizations. The influence of classical architecture was evident in the rise of grand public buildings, museums, and governmental structures designed to embody Enlightenment values. Architects like Robert Adam in Britain, Jacques-Germain Soufflot in France, and Claude-Nicolas Ledoux were pivotal in the development of neoclassical architecture. They sought to adapt the simplicity and grandeur of ancient Roman and Greek buildings, such as temples, basilicas, and civic structures, to the needs of modern society. The use of columns, domes, and pediments became hallmark features of the neoclassical style, symbolizing the ideals of democracy, civic duty, and reason. For example, the Pantheon in Paris, designed by Soufflot, embodied these principles with its majestic classical facade, large dome, and the use of symmetry and proportion to convey a sense of order and rationality. Neoclassical architecture was also closely linked to the political and social ideals of the Enlightenment. As thinkers like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu promoted ideas of civic virtue, individual rights, and democracy, architects turned to classical forms as a symbol of these values. Buildings like the United States Capitol and the British Museum adopted classical elements to reflect the values of reason, equality, and intellectual advancement. These structures not only served as functional spaces, but also became powerful symbols of the Enlightenment's belief in the potential for human progress through rational governance and intellectual achievement. The neoclassical movement also aligned with the secular ideals of the time, rejecting the opulence and religious symbolism of previous architectural styles. In neoclassical buildings, there was an emphasis on simplicity, proportion, and balance, which reflected the Enlightenment's emphasis on intellectual clarity and rational thought. By returning to the simplicity and purity of classical forms, neoclassical architecture became a visual representation of the era's ideals, combining the elegance and grandeur of ancient architecture with a modern sensibility grounded in reason and progress. In conclusion, the rise of neoclassical architecture in the 18th century was a response to the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment, reflecting a return to the classical ideals of reason, balance, and order. Inspired by the architecture of ancient Greece and Rome, neoclassicism became a powerful symbol of the era's democratic and rational values, influencing the design of public buildings and monuments that continue to resonate with Enlightenment ideals. Through its simplicity, harmony, and moral clarity, Neoclassical architecture played a crucial role in shaping the visual landscape of the 18th century and beyond. Prominent architects of the era. The 18th century witnessed the emergence of several prominent architects who played pivotal roles in shaping the neoclassical style and the built environment of the Enlightenment period. These architects were not only innovators in design, but also interpreters of the intellectual, cultural, and political ideals of their time. Their works reflected the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, order, and civic virtue, as they sought to create structures that embodied the values of the period, including democracy, progress, and rationality. One of the most significant figures of this era was Jacques Germain Soufflot, a French architect whose design of the Pantheon in Paris stands as a monumental achievement of neoclassical architecture. Originally conceived as a church, the Pantheon was later repurposed as a secular monument. Soufflot's design combined classical elements, such as a grand portico and a massive dome, with innovative engineering techniques, creating a structure that symbolized the rationality and grandeur of the Enlightenment. The Pantheon's transformation from a religious to a secular building also mirrored the era's shift towards secularism and intellectual progress, making it one of the defining symbols of the Enlightenment. In Britain, Robert Adam was another central figure in the development of neoclassical architecture. Known for his ability to blend classical forms with modern sensibilities, Adam's work transformed both private homes and public buildings. His design for the interiors of the Etruscan Room at the British Museum and the furniture in the Adelphi Building in London displayed a refined and sophisticated approach to neoclassicism. Adam's work was characterized by elegant proportions, clean lines, and a sense of balance, all of which were aligned with the Enlightenment's ideals of reason and clarity. He also embraced the use of natural light and open spaces, making his designs more functional and accessible. Claude Nicolas Ledoux, a French architect, was known for his visionary and often unconventional approach to neoclassicism. His designs, such as the saltworks at Chaux, reflect his belief in the power of architecture to promote social and moral progress. Ledoux was one of the first to incorporate the ideas of rational planning into architecture, designing buildings that were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also served a social purpose. His works often featured bold, geometric forms and symbolic elements that conveyed the moral and philosophical ideals of the time. Finally, in the United States, James Hoban played a crucial role in shaping the architectural identity of the new nation. He designed the White House, one of the most iconic examples of neoclassical architecture in America. Hoban's design, inspired by classical European models, symbolized the democratic values of the young United States, with its emphasis on symmetry, balance, and the use of classical orders like columns and pediments. These architects, among others, were instrumental in defining the architectural landscape of the Enlightenment era. Their work not only reflected the intellectual climate of the time, but also served as a means of visually communicating the values of reason, progress, and civic virtue. Through their designs, they helped lay the foundations for the architectural language of the modern world. The transformation of public spaces and civic buildings. During the Enlightenment, public spaces and civic buildings underwent a profound transformation, driven by the period's intellectual and cultural emphasis on reason, equality, and progress. Architects and urban planners sought to design spaces that reflected the Enlightenment ideals of accessibility, rationality, and civic engagement. This transformation was marked by a shift from the ornate, religiously driven architecture of previous eras to more secular, functional, and inclusive designs that symbolize the democratic values emerging in society. One of the most significant changes in public spaces during the Enlightenment was the rise of civic architecture that was designed to serve the public good rather than solely the needs of the monarchy or the church. The design of government buildings, museums, libraries, and theaters increasingly reflected the values of transparency, intellectual exchange, and public participation. These buildings were no longer just symbols of royal or ecclesiastical authority. They became spaces for the dissemination of knowledge, culture, and democratic ideals. The public library, for instance, emerged as a symbol of intellectual accessibility and the democratization of knowledge, making information available to all, regardless of social class. In terms of architectural style, civic buildings began to embrace the simplicity, order, and proportion found in classical architecture. The influence of neoclassicism, which championed symmetry and balance, played a key role in shaping the design of these new civic spaces. Public buildings were often constructed using classical elements like columns, pediments, and domes, which not only evoked the grandeur of ancient Greece and Rome, but also symbolized the rationality and civic virtue that Enlightenment thinkers admired. One prominent example is the design of the United States Capitol, where the use of classical forms conveys the ideals of democracy, unity, and reason. Public spaces, such as squares and promenades, were also redesigned to encourage public gatherings and civic discourse. The notion that the physical environment could influence social and political life became central to urban planning during the Enlightenment. In Paris, for example, squares and boulevards were created to facilitate public interaction and the exchange of ideas. The open, symmetrical design of these spaces allowed for visibility and accessibility, inviting citizens to participate in civic life and promoting a sense of collective identity. The placement of important civic buildings at the heart of these spaces further underscored the importance of reasoned governance and public involvement in the political process. The Enlightenment's impact on the transformation of public spaces and civic buildings was also seen in the rise of institutions like museums and galleries, which were designed to house and display the knowledge and culture of the time. These buildings were often created with the intention of fostering intellectual curiosity, scientific inquiry, and cultural enrichment. By opening these spaces to the public, Enlightenment thinkers hope to inspire a more informed and engaged citizenry. In conclusion, the Enlightenment era brought about a significant transformation in public spaces and civic buildings. Architects and urban planners reimagined these spaces as reflections of reason, accessibility, and civic engagement, aligning them with the period's ideals of democracy, equality, and intellectual progress. Through their design of public buildings and spaces, Enlightenment thinkers and architects helped shape the modern urban landscape, creating environments that promoted the free exchange of ideas and the active participation of citizens in civic life. The role of Enlightenment ideals in urban planning. Urban planning during the Enlightenment was heavily influenced by the intellectual currents of the period, which emphasized reason, progress, and the well-being of society. As Enlightenment thinkers sought to apply rational thought to all aspects of life, the design and organization of cities became seen as a reflection of these ideals. The belief that the built environment could shape human behavior and social interactions led to a new approach to urban planning, one that prioritized order, accessibility, and civic engagement, with a strong emphasis on creating environments that promoted health, equality, and intellectual development. One of the key principles of Enlightenment urban planning was the idea of symmetry and rationality. Architects and urban planners sought to create cities that were organized, functional, and harmonious, reflecting the rational thought that underpinned the philosophical movement. City layouts began to embrace clear lines and geometric shapes, with streets and buildings designed to create a sense of order and clarity. This approach was influenced by classical ideals, as planners looked to ancient Greek and Roman cities for inspiration. In this way, urban planning became not only a practical concern, but also a symbolic one, representing the Enlightenment's belief in the power of reason to create a more just and orderly society. Another important aspect of Enlightenment urban planning was the creation of public spaces that fostered civic engagement and intellectual exchange. Enlightenment thinkers believed in the importance of public discourse, where citizens could freely exchange ideas and engage in political and social debate. As a result, cities were designed with open squares, boulevards, and parks that encouraged public gatherings and promoted interaction among citizens. These spaces were intended to reflect the democratic values of the time, offering venues where people could come together, discuss ideas, and participate in civic life. Health and hygiene also became central concerns in Enlightenment urban planning. The rapid growth of cities during the period, along with the increasing awareness of the importance of public health, led to new approaches to sanitation and urban design. Wider streets, improved sewage systems, and better ventilation were incorporated into urban plans in an effort to reduce the spread of disease and improve the quality of life for citizens. Enlightenment ideals of progress and rationality pushed urban planners to consider the health of the populace, creating cleaner, more organized cities that reflected the era's belief in the power of science and reason to solve societal problems. In addition to improving public health, urban planning during the Enlightenment also aimed to reduce social inequality. The design of cities reflected a growing belief in social and political equality, with efforts made to provide public spaces and services that were accessible to all citizens, regardless of their social class. Public buildings, libraries, and museums were designed to be open to the public, symbolizing the democratization of knowledge and culture. Furthermore, the layout of cities often sought to eliminate the barriers between different social groups, promoting a more cohesive, integrated society. In conclusion, the role of Enlightenment ideals in urban planning was transformative, as it introduced a rational, systematic approach to city design that prioritized order, public health, and civic engagement. The planning of cities during this period reflected the values of reason, progress, and equality that defined the Enlightenment, and these ideals helped shape the modern urban landscape. The emphasis on creating cities that served the public good, facilitated social interaction, and promoted intellectual development laid the foundation for contemporary urban planning, making the Enlightenment a crucial period in the evolution of the modern city. Architectural symbolism and its societal impact. During the Enlightenment, architecture became a powerful tool for expressing and reinforcing the intellectual and political ideals of the period. As a reflection of reason, order, and progress, architectural design was imbued with symbolism that conveyed messages about society's values, civic virtue, and aspirations for a better future. Buildings were not merely functional spaces, but served as visual representations of the Enlightenment's principles, reflecting both the ideals of the time and the changing dynamics between the individual, society, and government. One of the most significant ways in which architecture symbolized Enlightenment ideals was through its emphasis on classical forms and proportions. The revival of neoclassical architecture during this period was not only an aesthetic choice, but also a deliberate statement about the values of the Enlightenment. Classical architecture, with its use of columns, pediments, and symmetry, evoked the principles of reason, balance, and rationality that Enlightenment thinkers championed. By drawing on the architectural language of ancient Greece and Rome, architects signified their connection to the democratic ideals of these ancient civilizations, particularly their commitment to reason, civic engagement, and social harmony. In civic buildings, the use of classical elements such as porticos and domes symbolized the ideals of democracy, civic virtue, and collective participation in public life. The United States Capitol, for example, was designed with neoclassical features to emphasize the democratic values of the new American Republic. Its grand dome and symmetrical layout represented the order and stability the founders hoped to establish, while its open, accessible spaces symbolized the principles of transparency and public involvement in governance. Such buildings were designed not only to be functional, but also to communicate the values of reason and democracy to the citizens who used them. Architectural symbolism also played a key role in the shift from religious to secular authority during the Enlightenment. As religion became less central to public life, architecture reflected this transformation. The construction of secular buildings such as museums, libraries, and government structures represented the growing influence of science, reason, and intellectual inquiry over religious dogma. For instance, the Pantheon in Paris, initially conceived as a church, was repurposed as a secular monument to honor the great men of the Republic. This transformation embodied the Enlightenment's increasing emphasis on reason, secularism, and the power of human progress. Furthermore, the design of public spaces during this period often embodied the ideals of equality and accessibility. The creation of open squares, boulevards, and parks reflected the Enlightenment's desire to create environments that fostered public discourse and social interaction. These spaces, which were often located at the heart of cities, symbolized the democratic aspirations of the time, offering citizens places to gather, exchange ideas, and participate in civic life. The architecture of these spaces promoted a sense of equality, as they were designed to be accessible to all, regardless of social class. In conclusion, architectural symbolism during the Enlightenment was a powerful means of expressing and reinforcing the intellectual and political ideals of the time. Through the use of classical forms and the design of civic spaces, architecture became a tool for communicating the values of reason, democracy, and secularism. The societal impact of this architectural symbolism was profound, as it not only shaped the physical landscape of the era, but also contributed to the cultural and political transformation of society, promoting ideals of equality, public engagement, and intellectual progress. Chapter 5: The Influence of the Enlightenment on Literature. The Enlightenment had a profound impact on literature, as it encouraged a shift in focus toward reason, individualism, and intellectual exploration. Writers of the period embraced the core values of the Enlightenment, seeking to challenge traditional authorities, promote human rights, and advocate for progress through rational thought. The literary output of the time reflected the broader cultural and philosophical movement that was sweeping through Europe, transforming the way society viewed knowledge, politics, and human nature. One of the key contributions of Enlightenment literature was its emphasis on reason and critical thinking. Writers sought to use their works to promote intellectual freedom and to challenge entrenched systems of power, particularly those rooted in religious and political institutions. Works like Voltaire's Candide and Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws were not only reflections of the Enlightenment's values, but also powerful critiques of societal norms. These authors used satire and analysis to expose the absurdities of oppressive systems and to advocate for a society based on reason, justice, and tolerance. The Enlightenment also brought about the rise of the novel as a literary form, which became a platform for exploring human nature and individual experiences. Authors such as Daniel Defoe, Samuel Richardson, and Lawrence Stern introduced works that delved into the complexities of personal choice, morality, and the consequences of individual actions. Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, for instance, reflects Enlightenment ideals through its focus on self-reliance and reasoned decision-making in the face of adversity. Similarly, Richardson's Pamela explored the development of personal virtue and the assertion of moral autonomy, reinforcing the Enlightenment belief in the capacity of individuals to shape their own destinies. Alongside the rise of individualism, Enlightenment literature was marked by an emphasis on social reform. Writers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau used their works to question existing social hierarchies and explore concepts of equality and liberty. Rousseau's The Social Contract argued for the inherent rights of individuals and the importance of collective responsibility, aligning with the Enlightenment's belief in the potential for societal progress through rational governance. In addition to these intellectual pursuits, the Enlightenment fostered a growing interest in science and the natural world, which also influenced literary works. Authors like Jonathan Swift and Alexander Pope incorporated the discoveries and philosophies of the time into their writings, reflecting the period's fascination with science and empirical observation. Swift's Gulliver's Travels, for example, combined political satire with speculative exploration of human nature and society, drawing on Enlightenment ideas about human progress and the limits of reason. In conclusion, the Enlightenment left an indelible mark on literature, encouraging writers to explore the power of reason, individualism, and social reform. The period's literature questioned traditional norms, celebrated intellectual freedom, and reflected the transformative impact of Enlightenment thought on European society. Through works that blended satire, moral inquiry, and social critique, Enlightenment writers contributed significantly to the shaping of modern literature and the intellectual landscape of the time. The spread of Enlightenment ideas through written works. The Enlightenment was fundamentally a movement of ideas, and literature played a crucial role in spreading these ideas across Europe and beyond. As the printing press had revolutionized the distribution of books in the preceding centuries, it was during the Enlightenment that the printed word reached an unprecedented level of influence. Philosophers, writers, and intellectuals used the power of written works to challenge existing authorities, promote rational thinking, and inspire political and social change. Books, pamphlets, essays, and journals became vehicles for the dissemination of Enlightenment ideals, bridging geographical divides and engaging audiences in both public and private spheres. One of the most notable examples of the spread of Enlightenment ideas through written works is the Encyclopédie, a monumental project led by Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert. This multi-volume work sought to compile the knowledge of the time, offering a comprehensive survey of science, philosophy, and the arts. It aimed to educate the public and promote rational, empirical thinking, making complex ideas accessible to a wide audience. The Encyclopédie was not just an academic resource. It was a call for intellectual liberation from religious dogma and traditional authority. With contributions from thinkers like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu, the Encyclopédie became a symbol of Enlightenment ideals, promoting the belief that knowledge could be used to improve society. Philosophers and writers also used satire as a tool to communicate Enlightenment ideas. Voltaire's Candide is a prime example of how literature could critique the status quo while entertaining and educating the reader. Through sharp wit and humorous narrative, Voltaire questioned the optimistic worldview of the time and exposed the flaws of religion, politics, and social inequality. Candide and other works like Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels used satire to highlight the absurdities of human nature and the oppressive systems that govern society. These works resonated with readers and contributed to a broader cultural conversation about reform and progress. Pamphlets and essays also served as critical vehicles for Enlightenment thought, especially in places where censorship or political repression was more stringent. Writers like Thomas Paine, with his Common Sense, used pamphlets to influence public opinion and challenge political systems. Paine's work played a significant role in the American Revolution, advocating for the independence of the colonies and spreading Enlightenment ideals of liberty, democracy, and the rights of individuals. Additionally, literary salons and coffee houses became hubs of intellectual exchange, where works by writers such as Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Locke were discussed and debated. These spaces allowed ideas to circulate widely, with discussions on topics such as governance, individual freedoms, and the role of reason in society taking center stage. In conclusion, written works were instrumental in the spread of Enlightenment ideas, making complex philosophical concepts accessible and engaging to a broader audience. Whether through comprehensive encyclopedias, sharp satirical works, or persuasive pamphlets, Enlightenment thinkers effectively used the written word to promote intellectual freedom, challenge established norms, and inspire political and social reform. These written works laid the foundation for the intellectual landscape of the modern world and continue to influence thought and society today. Philosophical novels and satirical works. Philosophical novels and satirical works became prominent literary forms during the Enlightenment, serving as effective means of communicating complex ideas while engaging with a broad audience. Writers of the period used these genres not only to entertain, but also to critique societal norms, challenge authority, and promote Enlightenment ideals. By employing satire and philosophical storytelling, authors were able to subtly question political and religious structures, encourage rational thought, and explore the potential for human progress. One of the most famous examples of a philosophical novel is Voltaire's Candide. This satirical work, with its blend of humor and profound critique, targeted the optimism and complacency that characterized much of the thinking of the time. Through the adventures of Candide, Voltaire exposes the folly of unquestioned faith in philosophical optimism, particularly the philosophy of Leibniz, which suggested that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. As Candide journeys through a series of increasingly absurd and tragic situations, Voltaire reveals the darker realities of human existence, including war, injustice, and the corruption of religious and political institutions. Candide was not only a biting commentary on the prevailing optimism of the period, but also a call for reason, tolerance, and the necessity of addressing social and political injustices through critical thinking. Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels is another key satirical work of the Enlightenment that critiques both contemporary society and human nature. In this novel, Swift uses the fantastical voyages of Lemuel Gulliver to satirize a wide array of topics, from the pettiness of political disputes to the hypocrisy of religious institutions. The book's famous portrayal of the tiny Lilliputians, who are embroiled in absurd political conflicts, serves as an exaggerated commentary on the triviality of human ambition and power struggles. Through these satirical adventures, Swift encourages readers to reflect on the shortcomings of society and the potential for human rationality to improve governance and personal conduct. Philosophical novels, such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Émile or On Education, also played a crucial role in shaping Enlightenment thought. Rousseau's work delves into the development of an ideal individual, free from the corrupting influences of society. Through a detailed narrative on the education of Émile, Rousseau emphasizes the importance of natural development, self-reliance, and the cultivation of virtue. The novel's philosophical message, advocating for the rights and education of individuals, particularly children, reflects the Enlightenment's commitment to human progress and the importance of reason in guiding moral development. These works, both philosophical and satirical, were crucial in spreading Enlightenment ideas and challenging the traditional structures of power and belief. They made complex philosophical concepts accessible to a wider audience, inviting readers to question societal norms and think critically about the world around them. By blending entertainment with social commentary, these authors contributed to a larger cultural shift where reason, skepticism, and progress were valued over blind faith and unquestioned tradition. In doing so, they laid the intellectual groundwork for the transformations that would unfold in the political and social spheres in the centuries to follow. The rise of the public sphere and the role of the salon. During the Enlightenment, the concept of the public sphere underwent a significant transformation as intellectual discourse and social interaction increasingly took place outside traditional institutions such as the church and the court. This new public sphere, a space for free exchange of ideas, was central to the intellectual and political development of the era. It allowed for discussions on philosophy, science, politics, and society to be shared widely, often transcending social and geographical boundaries. Salons played a vital role in the emergence and flourishing of this public sphere, serving as venues where ideas could be debated, challenged, and refined. The salon, a private gathering typically hosted by women in their homes, became a key institution in the intellectual life of the Enlightenment. In these spaces, participants from various social classes, including writers, philosophers, politicians, and artists, gathered to discuss contemporary issues and share their thoughts. The salon was unique in that it created an inclusive environment where individuals could engage with one another in ways that were often not possible in more formal institutional settings. It allowed for the exchange of ideas between people who might not have had direct access to political power or formal education, thus democratizing knowledge and creating a space for intellectual diversity. The role of women in the salon was particularly significant, as they were often the hosts and facilitators of these gatherings. Figures like Madame de Pompadour in France and Germaine de Staël played prominent roles in shaping the intellectual climate of their time by providing a forum for the exchange of ideas. Although women were often excluded from formal political or academic circles, salons gave them a unique platform to influence the development of Enlightenment thought. Their ability to invite diverse thinkers to the table and mediate discussions helped foster a vibrant intellectual environment. The salons also contributed to the rise of the public intellectual, a figure who engaged with society's issues and communicated ideas to a broader audience. These intellectuals, such as Voltaire, Montesquieu, and Rousseau, often participated in salon discussions and used the ideas exchanged within these spaces to inform their writings. The salons were therefore crucial in the development of public opinion and in the spread of Enlightenment ideals. They were places where ideas about reason, secularism, democracy, and human rights were shared and debated, which in turn had profound effects on political thought and the push for social reform. In addition to their intellectual function, salons also contributed to the growth of print culture. As ideas discussed in salons were often published, they helped fuel the rapid expansion of newspapers, pamphlets, and books. This circulation of ideas through both personal discussion and print media allowed Enlightenment principles to reach an ever-widening audience, making the intellectual movement not only a reflection of the elite, but also a catalyst for broader social change. In conclusion, the rise of the public sphere during the Enlightenment was a critical development in the spread of new ideas and the democratization of knowledge. Salons played an essential role in this transformation, providing a space for intellectual exchange that was both inclusive and influential. Through these gatherings, ideas about reason, progress, and societal reform were shared, discussed, and disseminated, paving the way for significant political and cultural changes that would define the modern world. Key literary figures: Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu. The Enlightenment was characterized by the contributions of many thinkers who sought to challenge traditional authority and promote ideas grounded in reason, science, and progress. Among the most influential literary figures of the period were Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Montesquieu, each of whom played a pivotal role in shaping the intellectual landscape of the time. Through their writings, they influenced not only philosophy but also politics, social thought, and the cultural development of Europe. Voltaire, one of the most prominent figures of the Enlightenment, was known for his wit, criticism of the established church, and advocacy for civil liberties. His works often took the form of satirical writing, where he used humor and irony to expose the absurdities of both religious dogma and political tyranny. Candide, his most famous work, is a prime example of his approach to literature. The novel tells the story of a young man, Candide, who embarks on a journey to find the meaning of life, only to be confronted with the harsh realities of the world. Through this story, Voltaire critiques the philosophical optimism of thinkers like Leibniz, exposes the corruption of the church, and calls for reason and reform. Voltaire's contributions to the Enlightenment were not limited to literature alone. His ideas on religious tolerance, freedom of expression, and the separation of church and state were influential in the development of modern democratic thought. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, another leading figure of the Enlightenment, made significant contributions to both philosophy and literature. His works often focused on the relationship between the individual and society, as well as the impact of civilization on human nature. In The Social Contract, Rousseau famously declared that man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains, arguing that society and its institutions corrupt the innate goodness of humanity. He advocated for a form of government based on the general will, a concept that would later influence revolutionary movements and democratic theories. In his Confessions, Rousseau also pioneered the modern autobiographical genre, offering a deeply personal account of his life. His exploration of the tensions between individual freedom and social responsibility resonated throughout the Enlightenment and beyond, contributing to debates about equality, liberty, and human rights. Montesquieu, a French political philosopher, is best known for his work The Spirit of the Laws, which laid the foundations for modern political science. In this influential text, Montesquieu examined the relationship between law, government, and society, arguing for the separation of powers within a government to prevent tyranny. His ideas on the structure of government were groundbreaking, advocating for a system of checks and balances that would later influence the design of modern democracies, particularly in the United States. Montesquieu also explored the cultural and historical context of different societies, making comparisons between republics, monarchies, and despotic regimes. His works helped shape Enlightenment thought on governance and played a significant role in the intellectual underpinnings of both the American and French revolutions. In conclusion, Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu were key literary figures whose works profoundly influenced the development of Enlightenment thought. Their writings not only challenged the prevailing social, religious, and political structures of their time, but also provided the intellectual foundation for the revolutionary ideas of liberty, equality, and democracy that would shape the modern world. Through their engagement with issues of governance, human rights, and individual freedoms, these thinkers contributed to the shaping of the intellectual and political landscape of the 18th century and beyond. The relationship between literature and political thought. During the Enlightenment, literature and political thought were deeply interconnected, with writers using their works not only to explore philosophical ideas, but also to influence political and social change. Literature became a powerful tool for challenging existing political structures, questioning authority, and promoting new ideals of freedom, equality, and reason. Through novels, essays, plays, and treatises, Enlightenment thinkers shaped and reflected the political landscape of the time, helping to lay the groundwork for future revolutions and the development of modern political systems. Many of the great literary works of the Enlightenment engaged directly with political issues. Writers like Voltaire, Montesquieu, and Rousseau used literature as a medium to critique the existing political order, often advocating for reform. Voltaire, for example, in his satirical masterpiece, Candide, ridiculed the prevailing optimism of the time, which was often used to justify political and social inequality. By highlighting the absurdities of war, the corruption of church and state, and the suffering of ordinary people, Voltaire called for a rational and humane approach to governance, one that prioritized reason and individual rights over blind faith and oppressive authority. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws also directly linked literature to political thought by analyzing different forms of government and their effects on society. His work argued for the separation of powers in government, a groundbreaking idea that influenced the development of constitutional systems in Europe and the Americas. Montesquieu's literary style, combining political philosophy with historical and sociological analysis, allowed him to present his ideas in an accessible and engaging manner, making his theories not only influential, but widely read and debated. Rousseau's The Social Contract represented another critical intersection of literature and political theory. Rousseau argued that political legitimacy comes from the general will of the people, a concept that laid the foundation for democratic thought. Through his writings, Rousseau connected the concept of individual freedom with the idea of collective responsibility, calling for a society where citizens would participate in the creation of laws and the shaping of political structures. His work inspired revolutionary movements, including the French Revolution, as it promoted the idea that sovereignty belongs to the people rather than a monarch or aristocracy. In addition to these philosophical works, Enlightenment literature also played a role in shaping political thought through fiction. The rise of the novel allowed for the exploration of individual freedom, morality, and the consequences of social and political systems on personal lives. Through novels like Defoe's Robinson Crusoe and Richardson's Pamela, writers examined issues such as social mobility, personal virtue, and the pursuit of happiness, all of which were directly tied to Enlightenment ideals about human rights and the nature of government. In conclusion, the relationship between literature and political thought during the Enlightenment was central to the intellectual currents of the period. Through the written word, Enlightenment thinkers challenged old political paradigms, explored new ideas of governance, and inspired movements for social and political change. Whether through satire, philosophical treatises, or fictional narratives, literature provided a space where political ideas could be tested, discussed, and disseminated, shaping the political landscape of the time and laying the foundations for modern democratic thought. Chapter 6: Music and the Enlightenment. Music played a significant role in the intellectual and cultural transformation of the Enlightenment. As a powerful form of artistic expression, it was deeply intertwined with the era's ideals of reason, clarity, and the pursuit of human progress. During this time, composers sought to refine their art by adhering to principles of balance, structure, and emotional restraint, reflecting the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and order. Music was not only a source of entertainment, but also a means of conveying ideas, emotions, and social commentary, contributing to the broader intellectual movement of the period. One of the central developments in music during the Enlightenment was the shift from the complex, ornate styles of the Baroque era to the more restrained and elegant forms of classical music. This transition mirrored the philosophical changes of the time, as composers increasingly sought simplicity, clarity, and balance, qualities that were championed by Enlightenment thinkers. The classical style, with its clear harmonic structure, regular rhythms, and well-defined forms, became a musical expression of Enlightenment ideals. The symphony, sonata, and concerto emerged as the predominant forms, and these works reflected the era's belief in the importance of reason and order. Key figures like Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and Ludwig van Beethoven were central to the development of classical music. Haydn, often called the father of the symphony, brought a sense of symmetry and balance to his compositions, which embodied Enlightenment ideals of order and harmony. His work was instrumental in the development of the symphonic form, and his music became a model of clarity and structure that resonated with the philosophical underpinnings of the era. Similarly, Mozart's music exemplified the Enlightenment's commitment to beauty and emotional depth, while maintaining a sense of balance and clarity in form. His operas, such as The Magic Flute and Don Giovanni, often included elements of social commentary, addressing issues of class, power, and human nature. Ludwig van Beethoven, although composing at the tail end of the Enlightenment, was deeply influenced by its ideals. His music, particularly in his later works, reflected a bold departure from classical norms, emphasizing the power of the individual and the potential for human greatness. Beethoven's symphonies, such as the Ode to Joy in Symphony No. 9, captured the optimism and idealism that were central to the Enlightenment, celebrating human dignity, freedom, and the possibility of progress. Music also became an important part of the public sphere in the Enlightenment. Concerts, opera performances, and public symphonies allowed music to reach a broader audience. including the emerging bourgeois middle class, which was increasingly involved in cultural and intellectual life. Public concerts and musical salons became spaces where Enlightenment ideas could be exchanged, and music provided an avenue for the public to engage with the intellectual currents of the time. In this sense, music was not only a reflection of Enlightenment ideals, but also a participant in the broader cultural movement, contributing to the transformation of society and thought. In conclusion, music in the Enlightenment was closely linked to the era's intellectual and philosophical currents. The shift to a more structured, elegant, and emotionally restrained style mirrored the emphasis on reason and order that defined the period. Composers like Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven not only embodied these principles in their music, but also used their works to engage with the social and political issues of the time. As music became a central part of public life, it played an essential role in the dissemination of Enlightenment ideas, contributing to the cultural and intellectual transformation of the 18th century. The rise of classical music and its ties to reason. The rise of classical music in the 18th century was intrinsically linked to the philosophical ideals of the Enlightenment, particularly the emphasis on reason, order, and clarity. Classical composers sought to create a form of music that was structurally balanced and intellectually rigorous, reflecting the age's desire for logical coherence and universal harmony. The shift from the ornate complexity of the Baroque era to the more restrained and elegant style of the classical period mirrored the growing emphasis on rationality and simplicity that defined Enlightenment thinking. As such, classical music became not just an artistic expression, but a representation of the values and ideals of the time. One of the central features of classical music was its emphasis on form and structure, which aligned with the Enlightenment's belief in rationality and organization. Composers such as Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and Ludwig van Beethoven adhered to well-defined musical forms, such as sonata allegro form, theme and variations, and the symphony. These structures provided a sense of clarity and order, reflecting the era's focus on logical progression and symmetry. Just as Enlightenment thinkers like Montesquieu and Voltaire sought to systematize knowledge and govern through reason, composers aimed to create music that was clear, balanced, and intellectually satisfying. In classical music, the use of counterpoint and harmony became more transparent, moving away from the dense textures of the Baroque period. The simplicity and elegance of classical melodies also reflected the Enlightenment's preference for clarity over excess. Composers were increasingly concerned with ensuring that the musical lines were easily understandable, allowing listeners to follow the development of ideas within a composition. This focus on simplicity was not about reducing the emotional depth of music, but rather about making it accessible to a wider audience, much like the Enlightenment's goal of making knowledge and intellectual ideas available to all. Mozart's music, for example, exemplified these principles. His works, particularly his symphonies and operas, showcase sophisticated harmonic structures and clear melodic lines, while still conveying profound emotional depth. His opera The Magic Flute, with its combination of sublime music and thoughtful exploration of Enlightenment ideals, such as reason, wisdom, and the struggle for personal enlightenment, is a prime example of how classical music embodied the era's intellectual values. Similarly, Joseph Haydn's symphonies, with their symmetrical phrasing and careful development, were deeply reflective of Enlightenment principles of order and clarity. Ludwig van Beethoven, though often considered the bridge between the classical and Romantic periods, also reflected the ideals of the Enlightenment in his early works. His music, particularly in symphonies such as the Eroica and his famous Ode to Joy in Symphony No. 9, celebrated the triumph of human reason and individualism, both core tenets of Enlightenment thought. Beethoven's compositions, while pushing the boundaries of classical form, maintained an intellectual coherence that aligned with the Enlightenment's emphasis on human progress and reason. In conclusion, The rise of classical music was deeply tied to the values of the Enlightenment. The form, clarity, and balance of classical compositions mirrored the intellectual currents of the time, which sought to apply reason and order to every aspect of life. As composers created music that was structured yet emotionally profound, they contributed to a broader cultural shift that emphasized rationality, individual expression, and the potential for human progress. Classical music, like the Enlightenment itself, aimed to illuminate the human experience through clarity, harmony, and the transformative power of reason. Key composers of the Enlightenment period: Mozart, Haydn, Beethoven. The Enlightenment period, with its emphasis on reason, order, and clarity, profoundly influenced the music of the 18th century. Three composers who are often regarded as central figures in the classical music era, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Joseph Haydn, and Ludwig van Beethoven, embodied the intellectual spirit of the time. Each of these composers contributed to the development of music that balanced emotional expression with structural clarity, reflecting the Enlightenment's ideals. Joseph Haydn, often referred to as the father of the symphony, played a pivotal role in the development of classical music. His work was marked by a focus on form, balance, and innovation within well-established structures. Haydn was instrumental in shaping the symphony and the string quartet, refining these forms to achieve a balance between complexity and accessibility. His symphonies, such as the Surprise Symphony and the London Symphonies, were known for their clarity of structure and thematic development. The clarity and order of his compositions reflected the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and rational thought. In addition to his instrumental works, Haydn also composed oratorios like The Creation, which combined religious themes with the Enlightenment ideal of progress through human knowledge and understanding of the natural world. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, perhaps the most celebrated composer of the classical period, is known for his extraordinary ability to blend complex musical ideas with emotional depth. Mozart's music exemplified the Enlightenment's ideals of grace, elegance, and clarity. His symphonies, operas, and chamber works were characterized by clear structure and innovative use of harmony, melody, and orchestration. His opera, The Magic Flute, is a quintessential example of how his music engaged with Enlightenment themes, including the importance of reason, wisdom, and the pursuit of personal enlightenment. Mozart's operatic works like Don Giovanni and The Marriage of Figaro also critiqued social hierarchies and explored themes of human nature, personal freedom, and moral responsibility, reflecting the period's focus on challenging authority and promoting social reform. Ludwig van Beethoven, while bridging the classical and romantic periods, was significantly influenced by the ideals of the Enlightenment, particularly its focus on individual freedom and human dignity. Beethoven's early compositions adhered closely to classical forms, but as his career progressed, he pushed the boundaries of musical structure and expression. His symphonies, especially Symphony No. 3, Eroica, and Symphony No. 9, Ode to Joy, which famously celebrated brotherhood and universal human rights, embodied the Enlightenment's ideals of progress, liberty, and the triumph of human reason. Beethoven's work symbolized the potential of human expression and emotion, and his later compositions reflected a more personal, inward journey, while still retaining an intellectual depth that aligned with Enlightenment thought. In conclusion, Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven were key figures in the development of classical music during the Enlightenment. Their works reflected the period's emphasis on reason, order, and intellectual exploration, while also pushing the boundaries of musical expression. Each composer contributed to shaping the trajectory of Western music, blending structure with emotional depth, and making music a central element of the Enlightenment's cultural and philosophical transformation. Music as a tool for emotional and intellectual engagement. During the Enlightenment, music became an essential tool for both emotional expression and intellectual engagement, playing a central role in the period's cultural and philosophical shift. Composers sought to strike a balance between rationality and emotion, blending the formal elegance of classical music with profound emotional depth. Music was not merely a form of entertainment. It was also a vehicle for exploring complex ideas and conveying powerful messages. Enlightenment composers believed that music had the potential to not only move the listener emotionally, but also provoke thought, challenge social norms, and reflect the intellectual ideals of the time. One of the key aspects of music during the Enlightenment was its ability to convey the Enlightenment's intellectual ideals, such as reason, order, and clarity, while still allowing for emotional expression. Composers like Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and Ludwig van Beethoven crafted music that appealed to both the intellect and the emotions, often embedding social and philosophical commentary into their works. This balance reflected the period's belief that human nature was a combination of rational thought and emotional depth, and that both needed to be nurtured. Mozart's The Magic Flute, for example, was not just an entertainment piece, it was also a philosophical exploration. Through its music and libretto, it examined themes of reason, wisdom, and the quest for enlightenment. The opera presented an allegory of personal growth and intellectual awakening, where the characters' journey toward understanding and wisdom was paralleled by their evolving musical themes. The work demonstrated how music could convey complex philosophical ideas in a way that was both emotionally engaging and intellectually stimulating. Similarly, Beethoven's symphonies, particularly his Eroica Symphony and Symphony No. 9, exemplified how music could serve as a vehicle for emotional engagement while embodying the Enlightenment's ideals of human dignity, progress, and freedom. Beethoven's Ode to Joy in Symphony No. 9 celebrated the triumph of human reason and brotherhood, emphasizing the potential for humanity to achieve harmony and peace through intellectual and emotional unity. The emotional power of the music was matched by its intellectual message, making it a profound example of how music could provoke reflection on societal ideals and human potential. In addition to these examples, music was also used in more personal, introspective ways. The structure of classical music, its symmetrical forms, clear harmonic progressions, and logical development, invited listeners to engage intellectually with the music, following the composer's reasoning through the composition. At the same time, the emotive quality of the music allowed listeners to experience a range of feelings, from joy and triumph to sorrow and contemplation. In this way, music became a dual tool for engagement. It engaged the mind through its form and structure, and it stirred the heart through its emotional depth. In conclusion, music during the Enlightenment was not only a means of emotional expression, but also a powerful tool for intellectual engagement. By balancing reason with emotion, composers created works that invited listeners to explore both the philosophical ideas of the time and the full range of human emotions. Music became a medium through which Enlightenment ideals could be communicated and experienced, serving as a bridge between thought and feeling, intellect and emotion. The relationship between music and societal reform. During the Enlightenment, music became an important tool for societal reform, aligning with the intellectual movement's ideals of progress, reason, and social change. Composers began to use their music as a means of challenging societal norms, critiquing injustice, and advocating for the values of equality and liberty. Music was not just a form of entertainment, it became an expression of intellectual thought and a vehicle for social commentary. The relationship between music and societal reform was deeply embedded in the broader cultural transformation of the time, as composers sought to inspire change and influence public opinion through their works. One of the most prominent ways in which music engaged with societal reform was through its connection to Enlightenment ideals, particularly the emphasis on reason, human dignity, and universal rights. The symphonies, operas, and chamber works of composers like Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Joseph Haydn, and Ludwig van Beethoven not only reflected the era's intellectual ideals, but also became a means of engaging listeners in conversations about society and human nature. For example, Mozart's operas often portrayed themes of social justice, personal freedom, and the critique of power structures. Don Giovanni and The Marriage of Figaro both addressed issues of class, morality, and the tensions between authority and individual agency, subtly calling into question the existing social hierarchies and injustices. Beethoven's music, especially in his later works, also became a tool for societal reform. His Symphony No. 9, with its Ode to Joy, became a symbol of hope, unity, and the triumph of human dignity. The anthem-like quality of the Ode to Joy emphasized the Enlightenment values of fraternity and equality, advocating for a world where people from all walks of life could unite in harmony. Beethoven's music transcended the boundaries of traditional musical forms and pushed the limits of intellectual thought, symbolizing the era's belief in human potential and the possibility for social and political transformation. Furthermore, the public nature of music in the Enlightenment made it a powerful means of reaching a broad audience. Public concerts, operas, and symphonies were attended by people from various social classes, including the emerging bourgeoisie, which was increasingly involved in the intellectual and cultural spheres of society. The accessibility of music in these settings allowed it to function as a form of social engagement, fostering discussions about the role of the individual within society, the responsibilities of rulers, and the rights of citizens. In this way, music became a forum for political thought and social reform, bridging the divide between the intellectual elite and the wider public. In conclusion, music in the Enlightenment played a crucial role in societal reform by promoting intellectual ideals, critiquing social injustices, and advocating for equality and human rights. Through the works of composers like Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven, music became a powerful tool for social change, using both emotional and intellectual appeal to inspire reform and challenge existing norms. The relationship between music and societal reform in the Enlightenment was central to the period's cultural transformation, as music provided a platform for the exchange of ideas and a means of shaping public discourse on the future of society. Evolution of musical forms during the period. The Enlightenment period marked a significant evolution in musical forms, as composers shifted from the elaborate, ornamented styles of the Baroque era toward a more refined, structured, and accessible musical language. This transformation paralleled the intellectual currents of the time, which emphasized reason, clarity, and balance. The musical forms that emerged during this era were designed to be clear, logical, and emotionally expressive, reflecting the Enlightenment's desire for rational thought and universal understanding. One of the most important developments in musical form during the Enlightenment was the rise of the sonata form. This structural framework became the cornerstone of many instrumental compositions, including symphonies, chamber music, and solo works. Sonata form is based on a three-part structure: the exposition, the development, and the recapitulation. It allows for the clear presentation of musical ideas, followed by their exploration and eventual return to the original material. This form mirrored the Enlightenment's focus on order and progression, offering composers a method to develop musical themes in a logical, intellectual manner while maintaining an engaging emotional arc. It was particularly prominent in the works of composers like Joseph Haydn and Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, who used sonata form in their symphonies, piano sonatas, and string quartets. The symphony also evolved significantly during the Enlightenment. The classical symphony, epitomized by composers like Haydn and Mozart, generally consisted of 4 movements with distinct tempos and moods. The first movement typically followed sonata form, while the second movement was slower and more lyrical, often in a contrasting key. The third movement was a dance-like minuet or trio, and the fourth movement returned to a lively tempo, usually in sonata or rondo form. This structure created a balanced, cohesive musical experience, with each movement providing contrast while contributing to the overall unity of the work. The symphony became the most important orchestral genre of the period, a vehicle for expressing both intellectual ideas and emotional depth. Another important evolution during this time was the development of the string quartet. Haydn, often regarded as the father of the string quartet, helped define this genre, which was structured similarly to the symphony but performed by just four instruments: two violins, a viola, and a cello. The string quartet allowed for intimate, intricate dialogues between the instruments, with each part contributing to the overall harmonic structure. The clarity of the form and the balance between the voices reflected the Enlightenment's ideals of harmony and order. In conclusion, the evolution of musical forms during the Enlightenment was marked by an emphasis on structure, clarity, and emotional depth. The development of sonata form, the classical symphony, and the string quartet reflected the intellectual values of the period, while offering composers a means to express complex ideas and emotions in an accessible and engaging manner. These forms laid the foundation for much of Western classical music and continue to influence musical composition to this day. Chapter 7: The Development of the Enlightenment Painting. The development of painting during the Enlightenment period was deeply connected to the intellectual and cultural shifts of the time. As the Enlightenment emphasized reason, order, and a growing interest in the human experience, painting evolved to reflect these ideas. Artists sought to move beyond the exuberance of Baroque and the ornamental style of Rococo, instead focusing on clear lines, balanced compositions, and subject matter that reflected Enlightenment ideals such as logic, morality, and the pursuit of knowledge. One of the most significant changes in painting during this era was the shift towards neoclassicism. Inspired by the classical art and architecture of ancient Greece and Rome, neoclassical painters emphasized simplicity, symmetry, and a return to the moral virtues and rationalism of antiquity. Artists rejected the emotional intensity and excesses of the Baroque and Rococo periods, instead embracing restrained compositions and idealized portrayals of the human figure. This shift reflected the Enlightenment's celebration of reason, virtue, and the belief in human progress. Prominent figures in neoclassical painting included Jacques-Louis David, who became the leading artist of the era in France. His works, such as The Oath of the Hierarchy and The Death of Socrates, exemplified the ideals of civic virtue, heroism, and self-sacrifice. These paintings depicted historical and mythological subjects with a focus on moral lessons and the triumph of reason over passion. David's paintings were not only artistic expressions, but also powerful political statements, reflecting the Enlightenment's drive for social and political reform. His work, in particular, had a strong influence on the French Revolution, aligning with the revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. In addition to neoclassicism, the Enlightenment also saw a rise in the popularity of portraiture, which was often used as a means of documenting the achievements of intellectuals, politicians, and aristocrats. Portraits began to emphasize the individuality of the subject, moving away from the rigid, idealized forms of earlier periods. Artists like Thomas Gainsborough and John Singleton Copley in England created portraits that highlighted the personality and status of their subjects, capturing not only their physical likeness, but also their social and intellectual standing. The development of landscape painting also flourished during the Enlightenment. Artists like Joseph Wright of Derby used landscapes to explore themes of scientific progress and the sublime, capturing both the beauty and the power of nature. These landscapes often incorporated elements of the Enlightenment's fascination with exploration, the natural world, and the human ability to understand and control nature. The growing interest in science and discovery was mirrored in the depiction of the natural world, as artists began to incorporate scientific and philosophical ideas into their work. In conclusion, painting during the Enlightenment reflected the period's intellectual and cultural shifts. The rise of neoclassicism, the emphasis on portraiture, and the development of landscape painting all mirrored the Enlightenment's ideals of reason, morality, and the human quest for knowledge. Artists of the time were not only creating visually compelling works, but were also contributing to the broader philosophical and social changes that defined the era. Key artists and their works: David Ingres Gainsborough. During the Enlightenment, a group of influential artists emerged, whose works encapsulated the era's ideals of reason, virtue, and a return to classical traditions. Among the most important figures of this period were Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, and Thomas Gainsborough. Each of these artists played a pivotal role in shaping the artistic landscape of the time, offering works that were not only technically brilliant, but also rich in intellectual and moral significance. Jacques-Louis David was undoubtedly the most renowned painter of the neoclassical movement. His work, characterized by clarity, restraint, and idealized forms, was a direct response to the Rococo style and reflected the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and civic virtue. David's The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, is one of his most iconic works, showcasing the moral themes of sacrifice and patriotism. The painting depicts three Roman brothers swearing an oath to defend their city, with a composition that emphasizes symmetry and stoic resolve. David's later work, The Death of Socrates, 1787, further embodied Enlightenment ideals by portraying the philosopher's calm acceptance of his fate, symbolizing intellectual integrity and rational thought. David's paintings were not just artistic achievements. They were also political tools, particularly during the French Revolution, where he aligned himself with revolutionary ideals and painted powerful works such as The Death of Marat, 1793, celebrating the martyrdom of the revolutionary figure Jean-Paul Marat. Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, a student of David, was another significant figure in the neoclassical tradition. Ingres carried forward the classical style, but was known for his refined technique and the sensuality of his portraits. His work, such as Le Grand Odalisque, 1814, exemplified his mastery of form and his unique approach to the human body. While Ingres adhered to neoclassical principles of clarity and proportion, his portrayal of the female nude in Le Grand Odalisque introduced a more exotic and romanticized element, showcasing his interest in the idealization of the human figure. Ingres also created portraits of prominent figures, including Portrait of Madame Moitsier, 1844, a painting that combines technical brilliance with a deep psychological insight into his subjects, capturing not just their physical likeness, but also their inner character. Thomas Gainsborough, an English portrait and landscape painter, was deeply influenced by the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment, though he is often associated with a more Rococo style. His portraits, such as The Blue Boy, 1770, celebrated the dignity and refinement of his sitters, often with an emphasis on their fashionable attire and aristocratic status. Gainsborough's talent was not confined to portraiture, as he was also known for his landscape paintings, where he captured the natural world with a sense of calm and serenity that reflected Enlightenment ideals of harmony between nature and humanity. His landscape works, like Mr. and Mrs. Andrews, 1750, which features a pastoral scene with a couple in the foreground, exemplify his ability to blend portraiture with natural settings, creating works that are as much about the environment as they are about the individuals portrayed. In conclusion, artists such as David, Ingres, and Gainsborough played key roles in the development of Enlightenment painting. Their works, characterized by a return to classical ideals, a focus on moral and intellectual themes, and an exploration of the human figure in nature, embody the period's pursuit of reason, virtue, and progress. Through their innovative approaches to form, technique, and subject matter, these artists helped shape the visual culture of the Enlightenment, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of art. Neoclassical influence on painting. The neoclassical movement in painting emerged in the late 18th century as a reaction against the ornate and extravagant styles of the Rococo period, embracing instead a return to the simplicity, order, and rationality of ancient Greece and Rome. This shift was closely aligned with the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment, which prioritized reason, clarity, and moral virtue. Neoclassical painters sought to depict subjects in a more restrained and idealized manner, focusing on themes of heroism, virtue, and the triumph of reason. This aesthetic and philosophical turn deeply influenced the development of Western art, leaving an enduring legacy on the visual representation of historical and moral narratives. The neoclassical style in painting was characterized by clean lines, precise compositions, and an emphasis on the human figure, often rendered in idealized forms. The movement was heavily influenced by the archaeological discoveries of ancient Roman and Greek ruins, which inspired artists to incorporate classical motifs and architectural elements into their works. In terms of subject matter, neoclassical artists frequently turned to ancient mythology, history, and philosophy, with many works focusing on the moral lessons of classical antiquity. The human body was idealized, emphasizing perfect proportions and calm, rational expressions that reflected Enlightenment values. One of the leading figures in the neoclassical movement was Jacques-Louis David, whose works exemplified the connection between neoclassical painting and the intellectual climate of the time. His masterpieces, such as The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, and The Death of Socrates, 1787, depicted historical and mythological figures with a sense of stoic dignity, heroism, and moral resolve. These paintings portrayed the triumph of reason and virtue over passion and personal interest, capturing the essence of Enlightenment thought. David's work also played a role in the political landscape of France, as his portrayal of virtuous sacrifice aligned with revolutionary ideals, and his images of historical figures became symbols of republicanism and civic virtue. Neoclassical painting's emphasis on rationalism also led to a more formalized approach to composition. Artists like Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, a student of David, continued to refine the classical style while introducing greater attention to the smoothness of the human figure. Ingres' La Grande Odalisque, 1814, exemplifies this blend of idealization and precision, as well as a fascination with the human form. Ingres brought a level of elegance and grace to the neoclassical style, while still adhering to its basic principles of clear structure and classical references. In addition to historical and mythological themes, neoclassical painting also had a significant impact on portraiture. Artists like Thomas Gainsborough and Joshua Reynolds in England embraced neoclassical ideals of dignity and composure in their portraits, highlighting their sitters' moral character and status. These portraits, such as The Blue Boy, 1770, by Gainsborough, conveyed not only the physical likeness of the subject, but also their social and intellectual standing, using a classical sensibility to represent both individuality and societal roles. In conclusion, the neoclassical movement had a profound influence on the development of painting, shaping not only the aesthetic qualities of artworks, but also the intellectual content of the subjects portrayed. Neoclassical painters sought to emulate the clarity, moral values, and reasoned approach to life found in ancient art, using their works as a vehicle for both personal expression and social commentary. Through their focus on idealized forms, classical themes, and moral lessons, neoclassical painters helped to define the visual language of the Enlightenment and set the stage for future developments in Western art. The role of portraiture and historical painting. During the Enlightenment, portraiture and historical painting emerged as vital genres that not only reflected the intellectual and cultural currents of the time, but also played a key role in shaping societal values and political ideologies. These forms of art provided artists with the opportunity to comment on the human condition, the pursuit of knowledge, and the ideals of reason, while also affirming the social and political structures that defined the era. Portraiture, particularly during the Enlightenment, was a means of asserting identity and status. It served as a powerful tool for documenting and immortalizing individuals who were influential in the intellectual, political, and cultural spheres. Unlike earlier periods, where portraiture often focused on idealized representations of royalty or aristocracy, Enlightenment portraiture began to emphasize the individuality and intellectual accomplishments of its subjects. Artists sought to capture the character and personal identity of their sitters, showcasing their intellectual engagement, moral virtue, and social standing. The works of artists like Thomas Gainsborough and Joshua Reynolds epitomized this trend. In portraits such as The Blue Boy, 1770, and Mrs. Siddons as the Tragic Muse, 1784, Gainsborough and Reynolds portrayed their subjects not only with elegant composure, but also with an air of intellectual dignity. These portraits reflected the Enlightenment's shift toward recognizing personal achievement and intellectual contribution as markers of value, rather than merely birthright or title. In contrast to the individualized approach of portraiture, historical painting during the Enlightenment played a more collective role in the social and political landscape. Historical paintings depicted scenes from ancient history, mythology, and contemporary events, and they often conveyed moral lessons about virtue, reason, and the consequences of human action. The genre became an important means of reflecting on the values of the Enlightenment as artists sought to evoke ideals of heroism, civic duty, and rational governance. Jacques-Louis David, one of the foremost neoclassical painters, exemplified the connection between historical painting and Enlightenment thought. Works such as The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, and The Death of Socrates, 1787, depicted moments from ancient history that emphasized rationality, sacrifice, and moral resolve. These paintings were not just representations of the past, but powerful moral and political statements. They reflected the Enlightenment belief that history, through its lessons of reason and virtue, could guide contemporary life and social progress. Historical paintings often carried a dual role during the Enlightenment, serving both as artistic expression and as vehicles for political or social commentary. Many Enlightenment artists, including David, were deeply involved in the political movements of the time. They used historical subjects to comment on contemporary issues, as seen in The Death of Marat, 1793, where David depicted the murder of revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat. This work, while grounded in historical realism, became a symbol of the revolutionary cause, blending the power of historical painting with the political ideals of the time. In conclusion, both portraiture and historical painting during the Enlightenment played crucial roles in reflecting the period's intellectual, political, and cultural transformations. Portraiture allowed for the representation of individual identity, intellect, and social standing, while historical painting became a means of conveying Enlightenment values such as reason, virtue, and the importance of moral and political progress. Together, these genres not only documented the individuals and events of the time, but also contributed to the broader philosophical and social shifts that defined the Enlightenment era. Symbolism in Enlightenment art. Symbolism played a significant role in the art of the Enlightenment, serving as a tool for conveying deeper meanings, moral lessons, and intellectual ideas. Artists of the era utilized symbols to reflect the key ideals of the period, such as reason, virtue, progress, and the rejection of superstition and irrationality. In an age that valued clarity and order, symbolism in art often conveyed complex philosophical and political messages, allowing works to resonate beyond their immediate visual impact. Through the use of classical imagery, allegory, and visual metaphors, Enlightenment artists were able to communicate the profound shifts occurring in society, culture, and thought. One of the most prominent forms of symbolism in Enlightenment art was the use of classical references. The revival of interest in ancient Greece and Rome during the period was not only reflected in artistic style, but also in the frequent incorporation of classical figures, motifs, and themes. These references often carried symbolic weight, invoking ideas of reason, civic virtue, and the idealized human form. For instance, in works like The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, by Jacques-Louis David, The classical story of the Horati brothers swearing an oath to defend Rome became a powerful symbol of loyalty, honor, and self-sacrifice for the greater good, values central to the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and moral integrity. Allegorical figures were another prominent feature of Enlightenment symbolism. Allegories allowed artists to embody abstract concepts, such as liberty, justice, or knowledge, in human form, making them visually accessible to audiences. In The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, 1789, a work closely associated with the French Revolution, artists used allegorical figures to represent Enlightenment ideals such as equality and fraternity. These symbolic representations were powerful tools for visualizing the era's philosophical beliefs, making complex political and moral arguments easier to understand and engage with for a wide audience. Additionally, the symbolism of nature became increasingly important during the Enlightenment, reflecting the growing influence of scientific inquiry and rational thought. Landscapes, for example, were often imbued with symbolic meaning, representing not only the beauty of the natural world, but also the Enlightenment belief in the harmony between nature and human progress. Artists like Joseph Wright of Derby used natural settings to convey the transformative power of science and exploration, using symbolic elements to underscore themes of discovery and enlightenment. Furthermore, the symbolism of light and shadow was often employed to represent knowledge, truth, and reason. The interplay of light and dark in the works of artists like Wright, who was famous for his use of dramatic lighting, highlighted the Enlightenment's focus on rationality and the enlightenment of the human mind, contrasting ignorance and superstition with the clarity of reason. In conclusion, symbolism in Enlightenment art was a powerful vehicle for conveying the era's intellectual and cultural shifts. Whether through classical references, allegorical figures, or the symbolic use of light and nature, artists used symbols to reflect the period's key ideals of reason, progress, and moral integrity. These symbolic elements deepened the viewer's understanding of the artwork and allowed art to engage with the broader philosophical and political changes of the time. Through symbolism, Enlightenment art became not just a reflection of the world, but a tool for shaping the ideas that would drive it forward. The role of the Art Academy and exhibitions. During the Enlightenment, the role of art academies and exhibitions became central to the development of both artistic practice and the intellectual climate of the time. These institutions played a key role in shaping the standards of artistic training, fostering the dissemination of new ideas, and providing artists with a platform for both social and professional recognition. As the Enlightenment emphasized reason, order, and progress, art academies and exhibitions became vehicles for advancing these ideals within the visual arts, guiding the evolution of artistic techniques and the types of subjects considered important to portray. Art academies, most notably the Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture in France and the Royal Academy in London, emerged as powerful institutions that institutionalized the training of artists and set standards for artistic excellence. They provided structured education in techniques, composition, and the classical principles of painting and sculpture, all grounded in the Enlightenment belief in rationality and order. These academies sought to refine artistic skills through the study of classical art, the human body, and perspective, ensuring that artists adhered to these principles. The curriculum often included life drawing, the study of antiquities, and the development of formal skills that aligned with the neoclassical style, which was prevalent during the period. The role of the academies extended beyond education, however. They also served as gatekeepers to the art world, granting official recognition to artists who adhered to their standards. Becoming a member of an academy was considered a mark of professional success, and artists who were recognized by these institutions gained prestige, access to commissions, and an elevated social status. At the same time, the academies provided a platform for intellectual exchange, bringing together artists, scholars, and patrons to engage in discussions about art, philosophy, and society. This connection between the arts and intellectual life was characteristic of the Enlightenment's emphasis on the union of reason and creativity. Exhibitions, particularly the annual Salon in Paris, became the primary means through which artists showcased their works to the public. These exhibitions allowed artists to gain visibility and share their artistic achievements with a broader audience, including both the elite and the general public. They also provided a forum for engaging with contemporary debates about art and society, where works were often judged not only on their technical skill, but also on their alignment with Enlightenment ideals. The Salon exhibitions, in particular, reflected the growing democratization of art, as they became a space where new ideas, techniques, and social themes could be explored and debated. Artists such as David, Ingres, and Delacroix used these exhibitions to present works that pushed the boundaries of both form and content, engaging with the cultural shifts of the time. Moreover, exhibitions and the academy system fostered the idea that art had a moral and intellectual function. The Enlightenment emphasis on the power of art to shape society was evident in the works exhibited, which often addressed moral, political, and historical themes. Artists were encouraged to create works that not only demonstrated technical mastery, but also served as vehicles for promoting the virtues of reason, civic responsibility, and progress. In conclusion, the Art Academy and exhibitions played a crucial role in the development of Enlightenment art. These institutions helped to structure the professional landscape for artists, setting standards for training and artistic output, while also providing a platform for the dissemination of new ideas. Through their influence, art became a more formalized profession, intertwined with the intellectual and cultural currents of the Enlightenment, and served as an important tool for both personal achievement and societal commentary. Chapter 8: Science, Innovation, and Enlightenment Thought. The Enlightenment was a period of intellectual and cultural flourishing, and at its core was a profound shift in the way people approached knowledge, reason, and the natural world. Science and innovation played pivotal roles in shaping the Enlightenment worldview, as the period saw remarkable advancements in fields such as physics, biology, astronomy, and medicine. Enlightenment thinkers championed the use of reason and empirical evidence to understand and improve the world, marking a departure from the medieval reliance on superstition and religious dogma. These scientific discoveries were not only groundbreaking in their own right, but also had far-reaching effects on society, politics, and the arts. One of the most significant developments during the Enlightenment was the growing reliance on the scientific method, which emphasized observation, experimentation, and evidence-based reasoning. Pioneers such as Isaac Newton, whose work in mathematics and physics laid the groundwork for modern science, exemplified the Enlightenment's commitment to understanding the natural world through rational inquiry. Newton's Principia Mathematica, 1687, which explained the laws of motion and universal gravitation, became a cornerstone of scientific thought and provided a model for future research. His work symbolized the Enlightenment's belief that the universe was governed by universal laws that could be discovered and understood through reason and empirical investigation. In addition to Newton, thinkers like Galileo Galilei and Johannes Kepler revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos. Galileo's support for the heliocentric model of the solar system, based on direct observation and experimentation, challenged traditional geocentric views and sparked debates about the relationship between science and religion. Kepler's laws of planetary motion, which demonstrated the elliptical orbits of planets, further solidified the shift toward a scientific, evidence-based view of the universe. These discoveries not only advanced scientific knowledge, but also shifted the way people understood humanity's place in the cosmos, encouraging a more secular and rational worldview. Alongside advancements in the physical sciences, The Enlightenment also saw progress in the fields of medicine, biology, and chemistry. The development of vaccines and advancements in the understanding of human anatomy and the circulatory system contributed to improved public health and longer life expectancy. Figures such as René Descartes and William Harvey, with their studies on the nervous system and blood circulation, respectively, helped lay the foundation for modern medicine. Enlightenment thinkers believed that by understanding and mastering the natural world, humans could better control their environment, leading to progress and the improvement of society. Innovation during the Enlightenment was not limited to the natural sciences. The period also saw the development of new technologies, such as the steam engine, which would later fuel the Industrial Revolution, and the printing press, which had already played a crucial role in disseminating Enlightenment ideas. These innovations, alongside advancements in science, reflected the Enlightenment's emphasis on progress and the belief that human beings, through reason and ingenuity, could continue to improve the world. In conclusion, science, innovation, and Enlightenment thought were deeply intertwined. The scientific achievements of the period, driven by the application of reason and empirical observation, revolutionized not only the understanding of the natural world, but also the ways in which people viewed themselves and their potential for progress. Enlightenment thinkers recognized that science and innovation were key to unlocking new possibilities for human flourishing, and they embraced these advancements as essential to the broader project of societal and intellectual improvement. The impact of the scientific method on art and society. The scientific revolution, with its emphasis on observation, experimentation, and empirical evidence, profoundly influenced not only the development of scientific thought, but also the realms of art and society during the Enlightenment. The scientific method, which emphasized rationality and systematic inquiry, reshaped how artists approached their craft and how society viewed the role of art in reflecting and influencing the world. For artists, the application of the scientific method brought a new focus on accuracy, observation, and the natural world. Artists began to study nature with a more scientific eye, seeking to understand its forms and structures in precise detail. The anatomical studies of the human body, for instance, became more rigorous as artists sought to depict figures with greater realism. Anatomists like Andreas Vesalius, whose work on human anatomy broke away from medieval misconceptions, influenced artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, who had already demonstrated a keen interest in anatomical accuracy. By the Enlightenment, artists like Jean-Antoine Watteau and Jacques-Louis David applied similar principles of observation and precision in their works. Their depictions of the human figure, landscapes, and still lifes were marked by an attempt to represent the world more accurately, influenced by the growing understanding of the natural laws that governed life and matter. In addition to a more realistic depiction of the human body and nature, artists also embraced the new scientific discoveries in other fields. Astronomy, physics, and biology sparked fresh inspiration for artistic subject matter and symbolism. For example, works like Joseph Wright of Derby's An Experiment on a Bird in the Air Pump, 1768, demonstrated the artist's engagement with the emerging scientific interests of the period. Wright's painting, showing a scientific experiment in progress, not only captured the excitement surrounding the scientific discoveries of the time, but also reflected a growing public interest in the relationship between science and human experience. The use of dramatic lighting, a hallmark of Wright's work, further emphasized the Enlightenment's embrace of reason and discovery. Beyond the influence on art, the impact of the scientific method extended into society at large. As scientific thought began to dominate intellectual circles, society began to view knowledge itself as something that could be systematically acquired and applied to improve human existence. The Enlightenment philosophers, inspired by the scientific method, believed that human progress could be achieved through the application of reason to all areas of life, from politics to morality to social institutions. The emphasis on empirical evidence and rational thought in science led to similar attitudes in other fields, encouraging skepticism toward superstition, tradition, and religious dogma. Moreover, the spread of scientific knowledge contributed to the rise of the public sphere and the democratization of knowledge. Scientific discoveries, once reserved for a select few, were increasingly shared through printed works, public lectures, and exhibitions. The growing accessibility of scientific knowledge helped foster a society that valued intellectual engagement and debate, making knowledge more widely available and challenging entrenched power structures. In this way, the scientific method not only transformed art, but also played a key role in shaping the broader societal values of reason, progress, and enlightenment. In conclusion, the scientific method had a profound impact on both art and society during the Enlightenment. Artists inspired by scientific inquiry embraced observation and realism, leading to more accurate and thoughtful representations of the world. At the same time, society adopted the principles of empirical investigation and rational thought, fostering a culture of intellectual engagement and progress. The intersection of science, art, and societal values during this period helped lay the foundation for modern thinking and the transformative changes that would follow in the centuries to come. Key scientific breakthroughs: Newton, Franklin, Lavoisier. The Enlightenment era was marked by a series of profound scientific breakthroughs that not only reshaped the understanding of the natural world, but also laid the foundations for modern science. Three of the most influential figures in this intellectual revolution were Sir Isaac Newton, Benjamin Franklin, and Antoine Lavoisier. Their work in physics, electricity, and chemistry not only advanced their respective fields, but also had lasting impacts on the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, empirical observation, and the potential for human progress. Isaac Newton's groundbreaking work in physics and mathematics is often seen as the pinnacle of the scientific revolution. His Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, 1687, laid the groundwork for classical mechanics and formulated the laws of motion and universal gravitation. Newton's laws demonstrated that the same physical principles governed both terrestrial and celestial bodies, challenging the traditional view of a universe governed by divine intervention. By applying mathematical formulas to describe the forces of nature, Newton offered a framework that would dominate scientific thought for centuries. His emphasis on observation, experimentation, and mathematical reasoning aligned perfectly with the Enlightenment's ideals, illustrating the potential of human reason to uncover the mysteries of the universe. Benjamin Franklin, an American polymath, contributed significantly to the understanding of electricity, among other fields. Franklin's experiments with electricity, particularly his famous kite experiment in 1752, helped to demonstrate the electrical nature of lightning, which led to his invention of the lightning rod. His work established the concept of positive and negative electrical charges, contributing to the development of the study of electricity. Franklin's contributions were not confined to the laboratory. His ability to engage the public through accessible writing and experiments made scientific knowledge more accessible. His work exemplified the Enlightenment belief that science should serve practical and societal benefits, as his inventions helped protect buildings and improve understanding of natural forces. Antoine Lavoisier, a French chemist, is often credited as the father of modern chemistry. His work revolutionized the study of chemistry by establishing the law of conservation of mass, which stated that matter is neither created nor destroyed in chemical reactions. Lavoisier's meticulous experiments and methodical approach led to the identification of oxygen and its role in combustion, helping to debunk the long-standing phlogiston theory. He also developed a systematic chemical nomenclature that laid the foundation for future chemical research. Lavoisier's contributions exemplified the Enlightenment's commitment to systematic experimentation and the importance of applying rational inquiry to the natural world. His work not only transformed chemistry, but also reflected the Enlightenment's broader goal of understanding and improving the world through science. Together, the breakthroughs of Newton, Franklin, and Lavoisier exemplify the transformative power of Enlightenment thought. Their work advanced scientific understanding in profound ways and demonstrated the practical application of reason and empirical investigation. These scientists embodied the Enlightenment's belief that through observation, experimentation, and rational inquiry, humanity could unlock the secrets of the natural world and use that knowledge to improve society and promote progress. Their legacy continues to shape the scientific landscape today. The rise of public science and experimentation. During the Enlightenment, science underwent a transformative shift, becoming more public and accessible to a wider audience. This period marked the rise of public science and experimentation, with scientific knowledge moving beyond the confines of private study and aristocratic patronage to engage the broader public in intellectual inquiry. The spread of scientific ideas, driven by the growing availability of books, journals, and public demonstrations, played a central role in shaping the intellectual and cultural landscape of the time. One of the key factors in the rise of public science was the increasing role of scientific societies and institutions. These societies, such as the Royal Society in London and the French Academy of Sciences, provided a platform for scientists to share their discoveries and engage in open discourse. They played an important role in organizing public lectures, demonstrations, and debates, fostering a culture of collaboration and intellectual exchange. The scientific societies not only encouraged the dissemination of new ideas, but also emphasized the importance of empirical evidence and peer review, which helped to establish a more rigorous, standardized approach to scientific inquiry. Public experimentation also gained prominence during the Enlightenment, with many scientists seeking to demonstrate their findings through live demonstrations and practical experiments that could be witnessed by the public. One of the most famous examples of public science was Benjamin Franklin's experiments with electricity, particularly his well-known kite experiment in 1752. Franklin's public demonstrations of his discoveries brought scientific knowledge into the public sphere, making complex concepts like electricity more understandable to a general audience. His work exemplified the Enlightenment belief that science should not be an esoteric pursuit, but something that could benefit society at large. Public experimentation was not confined to individual scientists. In many European cities, salons and coffee houses became hubs for scientific discussion, where intellectuals, artists, and natural philosophers could share ideas and experiment with new concepts. These informal settings allowed for the exchange of ideas between a broader spectrum of society, further democratizing scientific knowledge. Salons, often hosted by influential women such as Madame Geoffrin and Madame de Pompadour, played a significant role in shaping intellectual discourse during the period, providing a space where science could intersect with politics, philosophy, and the arts. The Enlightenment also saw the growth of scientific journals and periodicals, which became essential tools for the distribution of scientific knowledge. Publications like Philosophical Transactions, 1675, and the Journal des Savants, 1665, helped to spread the latest scientific discoveries to a much wider audience, providing a means for scientists to communicate their findings to the public and to each other. These journals also allowed for the rapid exchange of ideas across Europe, helping to foster a more interconnected and collaborative scientific community. In conclusion, the rise of public science and experimentation during the Enlightenment was a crucial development in the evolution of modern scientific thought. Through the establishment of scientific societies, public demonstrations, and the proliferation of scientific journals, the Enlightenment helped to make science more accessible and relevant to society as a whole. Public science, in turn, played a central role in promoting the ideals of the Enlightenment, encouraging rational inquiry, skepticism of traditional beliefs, and the application of reason to improve human understanding and progress. The intersection of art and scientific discovery. The Enlightenment marked a period in which the relationship between art and science evolved in profound ways, with the boundaries between the two disciplines becoming increasingly blurred. During this time, both fields embraced the use of reason, observation, and experimentation, and their intersecting paths helped to foster new methods of inquiry, creativity, and expression. Art became not only a means of depicting the natural world, but also a tool for exploring scientific concepts and advancements, while science, in turn, inspired new forms of artistic representation. One of the most significant areas where art and science intersected was in the study of anatomy. Enlightenment artists, inspired by the scientific advances in the understanding of human biology, sought to depict the human body with unprecedented accuracy. Anatomical studies, such as those by Andreas Vesalius, provided artists with detailed knowledge of human muscle structure, bone composition, and internal organs, which they used to improve their representations of the human form. Figures like Leonardo da Vinci had already bridged the gap between art and anatomy in the Renaissance, and this tradition continued into the Enlightenment. Artists such as Jean-Antoine Watteau and Jacques-Louis David drew upon these anatomical insights, emphasizing anatomical precision and naturalistic representation in their work. The ability to accurately depict the human body was seen as a marker of artistic mastery, and artists' studies of anatomy were closely tied to scientific developments. In the realm of natural history, art played an essential role in documenting and illustrating scientific discoveries. The exploration of new plant and animal species during the Enlightenment led to the creation of detailed botanical illustrations and animal studies, which helped bring the findings of naturalists to life. Artists worked alongside botanists, zoologists, and explorers to create scientifically accurate depictions of previously unknown species, which were published in scientific works and presented to the public. These illustrations were more than just artistic representations. They served as visual evidence that contributed to the scientific understanding of the natural world. Artists like Maria Sibylla Merian, whose works detailed the life cycles of insects and plants, exemplified the fusion of artistic skill and scientific inquiry. The advancement of scientific knowledge also influenced artistic themes and subject matter. As the natural sciences progressed, artists began to explore new ways to represent the cosmos, the laws of physics, and the inner workings of nature. The discoveries of figures like Isaac Newton and his law of universal gravitation sparked a new interest in depicting the forces that govern the universe, with artists using visual metaphors and symbolism to represent these scientific concepts. The theme of order and structure in the universe, as revealed by scientific discovery, also found its way into artistic compositions, reflecting the Enlightenment's belief in the rational organization of nature. In the field of optics, the discoveries of the scientific method also influenced the way light and color were treated in art. The study of light, reflection, and refraction by scientists like Isaac Newton had a profound effect on artists' use of color and perspective. Artists like Joseph Wright of Derby embraced these principles, incorporating dramatic lighting effects and an increased awareness of the scientific understanding of light into their works. The interplay of light and shadow became more precise, and the use of light in painting began to reflect the emerging scientific understanding of optics. In conclusion, the intersection of art and scientific discovery during the Enlightenment helped to shape a new approach to both disciplines. Artists and scientists alike sought to observe, document, and understand the world around them, and through their collaboration, they produced works that reflected the rational, empirical ethos of the time. Whether in the anatomical studies that informed artistic representation, the botanical illustrations that aided scientific inquiry, or the exploration of new scientific ideas through visual metaphors, art and science worked hand in hand to enrich each other, leaving a legacy that would continue to influence both fields in the centuries that followed. The role of Enlightenment thinkers in challenging tradition. Enlightenment thinkers played a pivotal role in challenging the long-standing traditions and conventions that had dominated European society for centuries. Their emphasis on reason, individualism, and empirical evidence sought to break free from the constraints imposed by religious dogma, political absolutism, and traditional hierarchies. These intellectuals, often referred to as philosophies, questioned established systems of thought in an effort to encourage progress and social reform. Their critiques of tradition laid the foundation for the radical transformations that would unfold in the centuries following the Enlightenment. One of the most significant ways Enlightenment thinkers challenged tradition was through their critique of religion and the dominance of the Church. The Catholic Church, which had held immense power over European intellectual and social life, was frequently at odds with Enlightenment values. Thinkers like Voltaire openly criticized the Church's authority, decrying its role in perpetuating superstition, intolerance, and repression. Voltaire's advocacy for religious tolerance and his attacks on institutionalized religion helped to weaken the Church's influence over society. Additionally, figures like Denis Diderot and the contributors to the Encyclopédie worked to disseminate secular knowledge, presenting human experience through a lens of reason rather than faith. The growing secularism that emerged from the Enlightenment empowered individuals to question traditional religious authority and promoted a more rational, scientific approach to understanding the world. In addition to religion, Enlightenment thinkers also challenged traditional political structures. The absolute monarchies that had ruled much of Europe for centuries were seen by many as oppressive and outdated, and thinkers like John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau offered alternative visions of governance. Locke's ideas on natural rights and the social contract emphasized the right of individuals to life, liberty, and property, arguing that governments should be based on consent from the governed. Rousseau, in his work, The Social Contract, proposed that true political power resided in the general will of the people, advocating for democracy and participation. These ideas directly confronted the long-standing tradition of absolute monarchy, where kings ruled by divine right. Their work would later influence revolutionary movements, particularly during the French Revolution, which sought to replace old hierarchies with more egalitarian political systems. Furthermore, Enlightenment thinkers challenged traditional social hierarchies, particularly those based on class and gender. Figures like Mary Wollstonecraft argued for the education and equality of women, challenging the belief that women were naturally inferior to men and should be confined to the private sphere. Her advocacy for women's rights was a direct challenge to the patriarchal norms that had long been entrenched in European societies. Similarly, the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and universal rights laid the intellectual groundwork for movements aimed at abolishing slavery and promoting racial equality. The ideas put forth by Enlightenment thinkers ultimately contributed to a shift in societal values, encouraging intellectual freedom, critical thinking, and social progress. By challenging tradition in matters of religion, politics, and social order, Enlightenment thinkers played a central role in reshaping the landscape of Europe, setting the stage for modern democratic societies, scientific advancements, and a more inclusive understanding of human rights. Their emphasis on reason and individual autonomy became the foundation upon which many of the political, social, and cultural movements of the modern world were built. Chapter 9: The Political Landscape of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was not only a period of intellectual and artistic flourishing, but also a time of significant political transformation. Thinkers of the era challenged traditional structures of power and authority, advocating for new systems of governance based on reason, equality, and individual rights. The political landscape of the Enlightenment was shaped by radical new ideas about liberty, justice, and the role of the state in the lives of its citizens. These ideas would go on to influence revolutions, constitutional reforms, and the eventual rise of modern democratic principles. One of the key political ideas that emerged during the Enlightenment was the concept of the social contract. Thinkers like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau developed theories on the relationship between individuals and the state, questioning the legitimacy of absolute monarchy and advocating for governments that were accountable to the people. Locke's idea of natural rights, which emphasized life, liberty, and property, argued that governments were instituted to protect these rights and should be based on the consent of the governed. In contrast, Hobbes, in his work Leviathan, argued for a powerful central authority to avoid the chaos of a state of nature. Rousseau took these ideas further by suggesting that sovereignty should rest with the people, not a monarch, and that individuals should submit to the general will in order to form a just society. The Enlightenment also fostered the development of republicanism and the idea of constitutional government. Thinkers like Montesquieu, in his work The Spirit of the Laws, advocated for the separation of powers within government to prevent tyranny and ensure the protection of individual freedoms. Montesquieu's ideas had a profound influence on the formation of modern democratic systems, particularly the structure of government in the United States. The emphasis on checks and balances, the rule of law, and the protection of civil liberties became central tenets of Enlightenment political thought. This shift in political thought also intersected with the rise of popular sovereignty. As Enlightenment thinkers promoted the idea that legitimate political authority must derive from the will of the people, the notion of absolute monarchy began to lose its sway. The French Revolution, which began in 1789, was deeply influenced by Enlightenment principles, particularly the belief in equality, individual rights, and the rejection of aristocratic privilege. The American Revolution, 1776, was similarly grounded in Enlightenment ideas, with the Declaration of Independence drawing heavily on Locke's theories of natural rights and the social contract. In addition to challenging traditional forms of government, the Enlightenment also prompted critiques of social hierarchies and the concept of divine right. Political philosophers argued for the reduction of aristocratic privilege and the recognition of universal human rights. While the Enlightenment did not immediately lead to widespread equality or the full realization of democratic ideals, it laid the intellectual groundwork for future political revolutions and reform movements. Its influence can be seen in the establishment of republics, constitutional monarchies, and the eventual spread of democratic values throughout the Western world. In conclusion, the political landscape of the Enlightenment was characterized by radical ideas about governance, liberty, and the rights of individuals. The era's thinkers reshaped political discourse by challenging traditional power structures and advocating for systems based on reason, consent, and the protection of rights. These ideas not only transformed political thought, but also laid the foundations for modern democratic governance and human rights, with their influence continuing to shape political systems across the globe. The rise of political philosophy, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau. The Enlightenment brought forth a new era of political philosophy, where thinkers critically examined the nature of governance, the rights of individuals, and the role of the state in society. Among the most influential political philosophers of the period were Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Their works challenged the traditional structures of power, including monarchy and aristocracy, and helped lay the foundations for modern political theory and democratic thought. Thomas Hobbes, in his seminal work Leviathan, 1651, argued that in the absence of a strong central authority, society would fall into chaos, which he famously described as a state of nature, where life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Hobbes believed that human beings, driven by self-interest and fear, needed to surrender their individual rights to a sovereign ruler in exchange for security and order. This surrender of rights, according to Hobbes, was the essence of the social contract, a fundamental idea in political philosophy. In Hobbes's view, a powerful, centralized authority, whether a monarchy or otherwise, was necessary to maintain peace and prevent anarchy. While Hobbes's view emphasized absolute sovereignty, his ideas contributed to broader debates about the legitimacy of political authority and the role of individuals within a state. In contrast, John Locke's political philosophy, particularly in his two treatises of government, 1689, emphasized the protection of individual rights and the notion of government as a fiduciary institution that existed to serve the people. Locke rejected Hobbes's vision of absolute monarchy, arguing instead that a government's primary responsibility was to protect the natural rights of individuals, life, liberty, and property. Locke's theory of the social contract proposed that political power was derived from the consent of the governed, and he believed that individuals had the right to revolt against any government that violated their rights. His ideas on limited government, the separation of powers, and the rule of law would later become cornerstones of democratic thought, especially influencing the development of constitutional governments such as that of the United States. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in his The Social Contract, 1762, advanced a different vision of political philosophy, emphasizing collective sovereignty and the idea of the general will. Unlike Hobbes, who saw the state as a necessary evil to prevent chaos, and Locke, who focused on the protection of individual rights, Rousseau argued that true political freedom came from participation in the collective decision-making of society. For Rousseau, the social contract was not about individuals surrendering their rights to a ruler, but rather about individuals coming together to form a collective body politic, guided by the general will that worked for the common good. Rousseau's ideas about democracy and collective decision-making would profoundly influence later revolutionary movements, particularly the French Revolution. Together, Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau shaped the trajectory of modern political thought. While Hobbes' work laid the groundwork for discussions about the nature of power and authority, Locke's theories provided the intellectual basis for the protection of individual rights and the idea of representative government. Rousseau, in turn, challenged the notions of individualism and inequality, advocating for a more participatory and egalitarian form of government. Their ideas collectively contributed to the rise of political philosophy in the Enlightenment and continue to resonate in contemporary discussions about democracy, human rights, and the role of government. Democracy, republicanism, and the critique of monarchy. The Enlightenment was a time of profound political change, marked by a growing critique of traditional monarchical systems and the development of new political philosophies centered around democracy and republicanism. The era's intellectuals began to question the legitimacy of absolute monarchy and the divine right of kings, advocating instead for systems of government that prioritized individual rights, equality, and the rule of law. This shift in political thought laid the groundwork for revolutionary movements and the creation of more democratic institutions. One of the key ideas that emerged during the Enlightenment was the concept of democracy. Thinkers like John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that political power should not be concentrated in the hands of a single ruler, but should be derived from the consent of the governed. Locke's vision of government focused on the protection of natural rights, including life, liberty, and property, and he believed that the people had the right to overthrow a government that violated these rights. Rousseau, on the other hand, emphasized the importance of the general will, asserting that true political freedom could only be achieved when individuals participated in the collective decision-making of the society as a whole. Both Locke and Rousseau's ideas challenged the long-standing belief in the divine right of kings, a doctrine that justified absolute monarchical power by asserting that rulers were chosen by God. The idea of republicanism as an alternative to monarchy gained traction during the Enlightenment, particularly in the works of Montesquieu. In The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, Montesquieu argued for the separation of powers within government, suggesting that legislative, executive, and judicial powers should be distinct and balanced to prevent tyranny. This concept of checks and balances became a fundamental principle in modern democratic systems, particularly in the United States Constitution. Montesquieu's advocacy for the rule of law and a government that operated with the consent of the people directly contradict the arbitrary rule of monarchs. The critique of monarchy during the Enlightenment was not only theoretical, but also deeply tied to the political and social upheavals of the time. The French Revolution, for example, was fueled by Enlightenment ideas that rejected the legitimacy of an absolute monarch and called for a republic based on equality and liberty. The American Revolution, 1776, inspired by Enlightenment thinkers, resulted in the overthrow of British colonial rule and the establishment of a democratic republic based on the principles of popular sovereignty. Enlightenment thinkers also questioned the social hierarchies that supported monarchy, arguing for the abolition of aristocratic privilege and the establishment of political equality. The idea that all citizens, regardless of birth or wealth, should have an equal say in government was a radical departure from the rigid class structures of traditional monarchies. In conclusion, the Enlightenment's critique of monarchy and the rise of democratic and republican ideas marked a turning point in the history of political thought. The era's thinkers emphasized the importance of individual rights, equality, and participation in governance, providing the intellectual foundation for the development of modern democratic systems. Their ideas challenged the legitimacy of absolute monarchy and laid the groundwork for the revolutionary changes that would reshape the political landscape of Europe and beyond. Enlightenment ideals and revolutionary movements. The Enlightenment played a crucial role in shaping revolutionary movements across the globe, as its ideals of liberty, equality, and individual rights challenged traditional political structures and systems of power. The philosophers and thinkers of the Enlightenment advocated for reason, justice, and the belief that human beings were capable of self-governance, which had a profound impact on political movements in the late 18th century. The revolutionary spirit, fueled by these ideas, led to the transformation of societies, particularly in Europe and the Americas. Central to Enlightenment thought was the belief in natural rights, the inherent freedoms to life, liberty, and property that no government or ruler had the right to take away. These ideas were most famously articulated by John Locke, who argued that individuals formed governments to protect these rights, and if a government failed to do so, the people had the right to revolt. This concept directly influenced the American Revolution and its foundational documents, such as the Declaration of Independence. The American colonists, inspired by Enlightenment principles, rejected British rule and sought to establish a government that was based on the consent of the governed. Locke's theories of limited government, the separation of powers, and the protection of individual rights laid the intellectual framework for the creation of the U.S. Constitution. In France, the French Revolution of 1789 was similarly influenced by Enlightenment thought. Thinkers such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Montesquieu were instrumental in shaping revolutionary ideas. Rousseau's notion of the general will emphasized the importance of collective sovereignty, where power resided not in a monarch but in the people. Montesquieu's ideas on the separation of powers and checks and balances provided a blueprint for creating a government that would not fall into tyranny. The French Revolution sought to dismantle the absolute monarchy of Louis XVI, end the privileges of the aristocracy, and establish a republic founded on the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason also encouraged the questioning of long-standing social hierarchies. Philosophers rejected the idea of divine right and aristocratic privilege, calling for greater social and political equality. These revolutionary movements sought to dismantle oppressive systems, such as feudalism and colonialism, which had been maintained by monarchies and aristocratic elites. In addition to the American and French revolutions, the Enlightenment also influenced movements in Latin America, where leaders like Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín were inspired by the democratic ideals emerging from the Enlightenment. Their struggles for independence from Spanish colonial rule reflected the universal desire for freedom and self-determination, rooted in Enlightenment thinking. In conclusion, the Enlightenment's ideals were a driving force behind numerous revolutionary movements around the world. Its emphasis on natural rights, popular sovereignty, and the rejection of absolute authority helped inspire significant political upheavals, including the American and French revolutions, and contributed to the rise of democratic principles and the reimagining of social and political order in the modern era. The influence on European and American political reforms. The Enlightenment had a profound impact on both European and American political reforms, transforming the way governments were structured and how power was understood and exercised. The philosophical ideas that emerged during the Enlightenment, particularly those advocating for individual rights, democracy, and the separation of powers, not only contributed to revolutionary movements, but also sparked significant changes in existing political systems, laying the foundation for modern liberal democracies. In Europe, the Enlightenment directly influenced the political landscape, particularly in France, where the principles of equality, liberty, and fraternity became rallying cries during the French Revolution. Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu criticized the absolute monarchy and aristocratic privilege that defined the political system of the Ancien Regime. Montesquieu's idea of the separation of powers, outlined in the spirit of the laws, was especially influential in shaping the way future political institutions were organized. His theory of checks and balances, which proposed that no one branch of government should hold absolute power, was central to the creation of democratic frameworks in both Europe and the United States. The French Revolution, which began in 1789, directly sought to implement many of these Enlightenment ideals, resulting in the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the First French Republic. In addition to the French Revolution, the Enlightenment helped inspire political reforms in other European countries. In England, thinkers like John Locke contributed to the development of constitutional monarchy. Locke's theories on the protection of natural rights and the social contract were influential in shaping the Bill of Rights of 1689, which limited the power of the monarchy and affirmed the rights of English citizens. The Enlightenment also played a role in the spread of republicanism across Europe, as countries began to question the legitimacy of absolute rulers and move toward the establishment of more participatory political systems. In America, the Enlightenment had an even more direct impact on the development of political reforms, particularly through the American Revolution and the creation of the U.S. Constitution. Inspired by Enlightenment ideas, the American colonists rebelled against British colonial rule, arguing that government should be based on the consent of the governed and that individual rights should be protected. The Declaration of Independence, written in 1776, reflected the influence of Enlightenment thinkers like Locke, who championed the idea of natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The U.S. Constitution, adopted in 1787, implemented Montesquieu's concept of the separation of powers, establishing a system of checks and balances that would prevent any single branch of government from becoming too powerful. Overall, the Enlightenment's influence on political reforms in Europe and America was far-reaching. The intellectual movement challenged existing power structures, advocated for the protection of individual rights, and promoted the ideals of democracy and republicanism. The political changes that followed, whether through revolutions, constitutional reforms, or the establishment of new democratic governments, reflect the lasting legacy of Enlightenment thought in shaping modern political systems. The concept of the social contract and the rule of law. The concept of the social contract and the rule of law were central to Enlightenment political philosophy, providing a framework for understanding the relationship between individuals and the state. These ideas offered a solution to the question of how legitimate political authority could be established in a society where personal freedoms and collective well-being were both valued. Enlightenment thinkers, including Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, each developed their own interpretations of the social contract, but all emphasized the importance of mutual consent and the protection of rights within a structured legal system. Thomas Hobbes, in his work Leviathan, 1651, argued that in the absence of a strong central authority, society would descend into chaos. He described a state of nature where individuals acted in their own self-interest, leading to constant conflict. To escape this condition, Hobbes proposed that individuals entered into a social contract, surrendering their individual freedoms in exchange for security and order provided by an absolute sovereign. For Hobbes, the rule of law was embodied in the sovereign's power, which was essential to maintaining peace and preventing anarchy. While Hobbes emphasized the necessity of a strong, centralized authority, his ideas about the social contract laid the groundwork for later thinkers to explore the relationship between individuals and their governments. John Locke, in contrast, offered a more optimistic view of human nature and a different interpretation of the social contract. Locke's two treatises of government, 1689, rejected the idea of absolute monarchy and argued that the social contract was an agreement to form a government that would protect individuals' natural rights, namely life, liberty, and property. According to Locke, people consented to be governed in exchange for the protection of these fundamental rights, and government power should be limited to ensuring the common good. Locke's belief in the rule of law meant that political power should not be arbitrary or despotic. Rather, it should be subject to laws that applied equally to all. Importantly, Locke argued that if a government violated these rights or failed to serve the people, the social contract gave citizens the right to revolt and establish a new government. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in The Social Contract, 1762, introduced the concept of the general will, which became a cornerstone of his political philosophy. Rousseau believed that true freedom could only be realized when individuals participated directly in the formation of laws rather than submitting to the authority of a monarch or ruling elite. For Rousseau, the social contract was not about surrendering individual rights to a sovereign, but about individuals coming together to form a collective body politic that represented the common good. The rule of law, in Rousseau's view, was an expression of the general will, where laws were designed to serve the interests of the entire community, ensuring equality and freedom for all citizens. The concept of the social contract and the rule of law had a profound influence on the development of modern political systems. Enlightenment thinkers shifted the focus from the divine right of kings and absolute rule to the idea that legitimate political authority arises from the consent of the governed. Their emphasis on the rule of law helped establish the notion that governments must be accountable to the people and must operate under a system of laws that protect individual rights. These ideas would go on to influence revolutions, constitutional frameworks, and democratic governance in the centuries that followed. Chapter 10: The Enlightenment and the Rise of Modernity. The Enlightenment was a crucial intellectual movement that laid the groundwork for the rise of modernity, a period marked by dramatic shifts in politics, science, art, philosophy, and society. Emerging in the 17th and 18th centuries, the Enlightenment emphasized reason, individualism, secularism, and progress, and it questioned traditional authority structures, such as monarchies, the church, and feudal systems. Its impact extended far beyond the realms of philosophy and politics, influencing culture and the development of the modern world as we understand it today. At the heart of the Enlightenment was the idea that human beings could achieve progress through the application of reason. This intellectual transformation led to a reevaluation of knowledge, authority, and society. Thinkers such as René Descartes, John Locke, and Immanuel Kant challenged existing paradigms, promoting ideas like the scientific method, empiricism, and skepticism toward religious dogma. They emphasized that individuals had the capacity for critical thinking and self-determination, which marked a shift from the hierarchical, theocentric worldview that had dominated much of European history. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason also contributed to the development of modern science. The scientific revolution, which preceded the Enlightenment, had already transformed the way people understood the natural world. But it was during the Enlightenment that these ideas began to spread more widely and profoundly influence society. Figures like Isaac Newton, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation, and Antoine Lavoisier, who advanced the field of chemistry, embodied the belief that the universe operated according to rational principles that could be understood and manipulated by humans. This scientific worldview replaced the older, more mystical explanations of nature, which contributed to the rise of technological innovation and the gradual secularization of knowledge. In politics, the Enlightenment's focus on individual rights, democracy, and the rule of law spurred revolutionary movements and led to the establishment of modern democratic governments. The American Revolution, 1776, and the French Revolution, 1789, were directly influenced by Enlightenment ideals, challenging entrenched systems of monarchy and aristocracy. The notion that government should be based on the consent of the governed and that power should be limited through constitutions and laws was revolutionary, setting the stage for modern democratic systems. Culturally, the Enlightenment gave rise to new artistic forms and new ways of thinking about human expression. In literature, philosophy, and the visual arts, there was a shift toward more rational, critical, and human-centered approaches. Authors like Voltaire and Rousseau challenged established norms, while artists in the neoclassical style embraced themes of order, harmony, and reason. In these fields, Enlightenment thinkers and creators advocated for a new vision of humanity, one that was empowered by reason and capable of improving society. Ultimately, the Enlightenment's focus on reason, progress, and human potential helped shape the modern era. It created a cultural, scientific, and political environment that fostered innovation, democratic principles, and individual rights. The ideas that flourished during this time would continue to influence Western society well into the 19th and 20th centuries, marking the beginning of the modern age and laying the foundations for the world we live in today. The transition from feudalism to modern society. The transition from feudalism to modern society was a complex and gradual process that spanned several centuries, deeply influencing the political, social, economic, and cultural fabric of Europe. Feudalism, which dominated medieval Europe, was a system characterized by a rigid hierarchical structure where power was decentralized and based on land ownership and reciprocal relationships between lords and vassals. In this system, kings, nobles, and the church held most of the power, while peasants or serfs were tied to the land and largely controlled by their local lords. Over time, however, this feudal order began to disintegrate, giving way to the foundations of modern society. The decline of feudalism can be attributed to several factors, the most significant being the rise of central monarchies. As kings sought to consolidate power and build stronger, more centralized states, they gradually reduced the power of the nobility. This process was particularly evident in the development of powerful nation-states, such as France and England, where monarchs like Louis V and Henry VII sought to weaken feudal lords through military force, legal reforms, and the establishment of standing armies. This shift towards centralized authority helped to create a more unified political structure and eroded the decentralized power that defined feudalism. Economic changes also played a critical role in the transition from feudalism to modernity. The rise of trade and commerce in the late medieval period, coupled with the emergence of a growing merchant class, transformed the medieval economy. As towns and cities expanded, they became centers of economic activity, shifting the focus away from rural, land-based wealth toward a more diverse economy. The rise of capitalism, with its emphasis on market-driven trade, private ownership, and profit, contributed to the decline of the feudal system, which had been largely agrarian and based on the control of land. This economic shift laid the groundwork for the rise of a new bourgeoisie class, which would become a powerful force in shaping modern society. Additionally, the intellectual and cultural currents of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment played a pivotal role in the transition from feudalism to modernity. The Renaissance, with its emphasis on humanism and the rediscovery of classical antiquity, challenged the medieval worldview that was centered on religious authority and feudal loyalty. Enlightenment thinkers such as Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau furthered this transformation by advocating for ideas like individual rights, democracy, and the separation of powers, which would later shape modern political systems and institutions. The scientific revolution also contributed to this transition by promoting a worldview based on reason, empirical observation, and scientific inquiry. As new discoveries in fields like astronomy, physics, and medicine began to reshape the understanding of the natural world, they undermined traditional beliefs and fostered the growth of a more rational, secular society. This shift in intellectual thought helped to challenge the old feudal and religious structures and contributed to the rise of a more modern, progressive outlook. The transition from feudalism to modern society was not instantaneous or uniform, but it marked a profound change in European history. The decline of feudalism and the rise of centralized states, capitalism, scientific thought, and new political ideas set the stage for the emergence of modern European nations and institutions. These shifts also laid the foundation for the broader global transformations that would follow, ultimately shaping the modern world. The Industrial Revolution and its connection to Enlightenment thought. The Industrial Revolution, which began in the late 18th century, transformed economies, societies, and cultures across Europe and later the rest of the world. It was characterized by a shift from agrarian economies to industrialized manufacturing, which was driven by technological innovation, the rise of factories, and an increasing reliance on machinery. While the Industrial Revolution had its own distinct characteristics, it was deeply intertwined with the intellectual and philosophical developments of the Enlightenment. The ideas emerging from the Enlightenment about reason, progress, and the power of human innovation provided the intellectual groundwork for the technological and economic transformations that defined the Industrial Revolution. One of the most important connections between Enlightenment thought and the Industrial Revolution was the emphasis on reason and progress. Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke, Isaac Newton, and Voltaire emphasized the importance of human reason in understanding the world and improving society. This focus on rational inquiry and problem solving paved the way for the scientific and technological advancements that powered the Industrial Revolution. The Enlightenment's faith in the power of reason encouraged individuals to question traditional ways of doing things and to seek more efficient methods. This is evident in the rapid development of new machinery, tools, and manufacturing techniques that were central to the Industrial Revolution. The Enlightenment also fostered an environment that celebrated innovation and individual achievement. Philosophers like René Descartes and Francis Bacon emphasized the importance of experimentation and empirical evidence, which became essential to scientific and industrial progress. These ideas inspired inventors and entrepreneurs during the Industrial Revolution experiment with new technologies that transformed industries like textiles, mining, and transportation. Key inventions such as the steam engine by James Watt, the spinning jenny by James Hargreaves, and the power loom by Edmund Cartwright, were made possible because of the Enlightenment's celebration of the scientific method and rational inquiry. These technologies laid the foundation for modern industrial economies and changed the way people lived and worked. Additionally, the Enlightenment's influence on political thought contributed to the economic changes of the Industrial Revolution. The rise of liberalism, with its emphasis on individual rights, private property, and free markets, created an ideological framework that supported the capitalist systems that emerged during this period. Philosophers like Adam Smith, who wrote The Wealth of Nations, 1776, promoted the idea of the invisible hand of the market, which suggested that economic prosperity would result from individuals pursuing their own self-interest within a competitive market. These ideas were instrumental in shaping the economic policies that encouraged industrial expansion and the growth of capitalism. However, while Enlightenment thought fostered the rise of industrialization, it also raised important questions about its social and ethical implications. The Industrial Revolution, though it led to vast economic growth, also created new challenges, including harsh working conditions, child labor, and the exploitation of workers. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and human rights prompted later reform movements that sought to address these inequalities, linking the ideals of the Enlightenment to social and political change in the 19th century. In summary, the Industrial Revolution and Enlightenment thought were inextricably linked. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, progress, and individual rights provided the intellectual foundation for the technological and economic transformations of the Industrial Revolution, while also raising important questions about the social consequences of rapid industrialization. The legacy of the Enlightenment can be seen in the innovations and societal changes that defined the Industrial Revolution, as well as in the ongoing debates about its impact on workers and society. Shifts in education and intellectual discourse. The Enlightenment brought about significant changes in the way education and intellectual discourse were approached, shaping the modern systems of education and the way knowledge was disseminated and understood. Prior to the Enlightenment, education was largely restricted to religious institutions and the elite, often focusing on classical texts and religious doctrine. Knowledge was passed down in a top-down manner, with little emphasis on critical thinking, experimentation, or the questioning of established beliefs. However, the intellectual climate of the Enlightenment, which valued reason, empiricism, and individualism, led to a transformation in education that made learning more accessible and focused on human-centered inquiry. One of the most profound shifts during the Enlightenment was the move towards secularization in education. Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire and Diderot criticized the influence of the church on intellectual life and sought to establish knowledge as a human endeavor rather than a religious one. This shift encouraged the development of schools and institutions that were independent of religious authorities, where subjects such as science, history, philosophy, and the arts were studied in a more empirical and open-minded manner. The creation of public universities and academies, such as the Royal Society in England and the Académie des Sciences in France, helped institutionalize the spread of Enlightenment ideas. Additionally, the Enlightenment fostered the development of new pedagogical approaches that encouraged critical thinking and the application of reason. This was reflected in the rise of the philosophical schools, or salons, where intellectuals and thinkers gathered to discuss the most pressing issues of the time. These gatherings became crucial in spreading Enlightenment ideas, as they promoted dialogue, debate, and the exchange of ideas. The intellectual atmosphere of these salons influenced many thinkers, including Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Kant, who were able to engage with their contemporaries and challenge traditional ideas on politics, society, and the role of the individual. These discussions also set the stage for later political and philosophical movements, such as the American and French revolutions. The dissemination of knowledge during the Enlightenment was greatly facilitated by the expansion of print culture. The invention of the printing press, coupled with the rise of newspapers, pamphlets, and books, made it possible for ideas to reach a much wider audience. This democratization of knowledge enabled people from various social classes to access new ideas and challenge the status quo. The publication of works such as Denis Diderot's Encyclopédie exemplified the Enlightenment's goal of organizing and distributing knowledge for the betterment of society. The Encyclopédie, for example, sought to compile the knowledge of the time and present it in a systematic and accessible way, highlighting the importance of scientific reasoning and rationality. Intellectual discourse also moved from being the exclusive domain of scholars to becoming more publicly accessible. Philosophers and writers such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu used literature and satire to reach a broader audience and challenge traditional political and social systems. Their writings sparked important debates about the role of government, the nature of human rights, and the value of individual freedom. These shifts in intellectual discourse reflected the growing influence of reason and the belief that human beings, through knowledge and critical thinking, had the power to improve their lives and society. In conclusion, the shifts in education and intellectual discourse during the Enlightenment played a crucial role in shaping the modern world. By emphasizing reason, secularism, and the free exchange of ideas, the Enlightenment transformed how knowledge was taught, learned, and disseminated. It laid the foundation for modern educational systems, the spread of scientific knowledge, and the development of democratic and progressive ideals. These changes continue to shape contemporary intellectual thought and the way education is approached in the modern world. The birth of the modern public sphere. The Enlightenment played a pivotal role in the birth of the modern public sphere, a space where individuals could engage in open discussion and debate about political, social, and cultural issues. Prior to the Enlightenment, public discourse was often restricted to elites, the clergy, and the nobility, with limited involvement from the broader population. Intellectual and political discussions took place within closed circles, often under the auspices of religious or aristocratic authority. However, during the 17th and 18th centuries, the rise of Enlightenment ideas began to challenge these traditional power structures, leading to the emergence of a more inclusive, accessible space for public debate and the exchange of ideas. Central to the development of the modern public sphere was the increased emphasis on reason, critical thinking, and individual autonomy. Enlightenment thinkers such as Immanuel Kant, John Locke, and Voltaire advocated for the use of reason in understanding the world, which led to the notion that everyone, regardless of social status, should have the opportunity to engage in intellectual life. This intellectual democratization was facilitated by the growth of print culture, including books, newspapers, and pamphlets. These new forms of media allowed ideas to circulate beyond the confines of aristocratic salons and academic institutions, giving rise to a broader, more inclusive audience for philosophical, political, and scientific discussions. The rise of coffee houses, salons, and literary societies further contributed to the creation of the modern public sphere. These spaces allowed individuals from different social backgrounds to come together and engage in debates on a wide range of topics. Salons, in particular, were venues where Enlightenment ideals were discussed, and many of the key figures of the period, such as Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Diderot, attended these gatherings to present their ideas and engage with others. In these informal settings, the exchange of ideas was more fluid and democratic, and it marked a significant shift away from the rigid hierarchies of the past. The public sphere that emerged during the Enlightenment was deeply connected to the growing emphasis on political participation and the rights of the individual. As thinkers like Rousseau and Locke argued for the principles of popular sovereignty and the social contract, the notion that individuals had a stake in political and social decisions began to gain traction. This intellectual shift laid the groundwork for the development of democratic societies, where public opinion and debate became crucial in shaping government policy and societal norms. Moreover, the modern public sphere during the Enlightenment was characterized by the notion of public reason, the idea that individuals should engage in discourse based on common grounds of rationality and evidence, rather than relying on tradition, superstition, or religious dogma. This encouraged a shift towards secular reasoning and greater freedom of thought, enabling individuals to challenge established systems of power and authority. Through open discussions and debates, people began to recognize the importance of personal freedoms, the rule of law, and the rights of citizens in shaping society. In conclusion, the birth of the modern public sphere was a key development of the Enlightenment, as it fostered greater intellectual engagement and political participation. With the rise of print culture, new social spaces for discourse, and the intellectual principles of reason and equality, the public sphere became an arena where ideas could be freely exchanged and where individuals could challenge the status quo. The legacy of this transformation can be seen in the democratic institutions, political movements, and intellectual discourses that continue to define the modern world. The legacy of the Enlightenment in contemporary society. The legacy of the Enlightenment remains deeply embedded in the fabric of contemporary society, influencing our political systems, cultural values, educational frameworks, and scientific advancements. The core principles of the Enlightenment, reason, individual rights, secularism, and progress, continue to shape modern thought, creating a foundation for much of the democratic and intellectual structures we now take for granted. One of the most significant legacies of the Enlightenment is the establishment and continued evolution of democratic principles. Thinkers like John Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau articulated ideas about the separation of powers, the rule of law, and the inherent rights of individuals, which provided the philosophical foundation for modern democratic systems. The American and French revolutions, both directly influenced by Enlightenment ideals, established key democratic principles such as popular sovereignty, equality before the law, and the protection of fundamental freedoms. Today, these ideals continue to guide political systems across the world, influencing the development of human rights frameworks, democratic institutions, and the rule of law. The Enlightenment also fostered the growth of secularism in public life. The emphasis on reason over religious dogma led to the separation of church and state in many countries, ensuring that public policy and laws were based on rational thought and evidence rather than religious teachings. This separation has had profound effects on the modern world, allowing for more inclusive societies that accommodate diverse beliefs and worldviews. Secularism, in turn, has played a role in advancing freedoms of expression and conscience, providing space for scientific, political, and cultural diversity to flourish. In the realm of education, the Enlightenment's emphasis on critical thinking and the pursuit of knowledge has had lasting effects. The period saw the rise of public education systems and universities that prioritized reason, inquiry, and scientific knowledge. These institutions, which were initially developed to spread Enlightenment ideas, continue to educate generations of people today, fostering an environment where intellectual exploration is encouraged and knowledge is seen as a means to improve society. The idea that all individuals should have access to education, regardless of their social background, is another enduring contribution of Enlightenment thought. Moreover, the Enlightenment's promotion of scientific inquiry and empirical research laid the groundwork for the technological and scientific advancements that define modern society. Figures such as Newton, Darwin, and Pasteur, who were inspired by Enlightenment principles, made discoveries that revolutionized our understanding of the natural world. In contemporary society, science and technology continue to drive progress, from medicine and environmental protection to artificial intelligence and space exploration. In conclusion, the Enlightenment's legacy is integral to the structure of contemporary society. The movement's ideas about democracy, human rights, secularism, education, and scientific inquiry continue to influence the modern world, providing the intellectual foundation for much of our political systems, cultural values, and scientific advancements. As we confront contemporary challenges, the principles of the Enlightenment remain a guiding force in shaping the future of global society. Chapter 11: The Global Impact of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment, which emerged in 17th and 18th century Europe, was not a localized intellectual movement, but one that reverberated across the globe, influencing societies far beyond the borders of Europe. Its principles of reason, individual rights, liberty, and secular governance resonated in many parts of the world and contributed to transformative changes in politics, social structures, and intellectual life. The Enlightenment's impact was profound, shaping revolutions, reforms, and the development of global concepts of freedom and justice that continue to influence modern societies. One of the most significant ways in which the Enlightenment spread globally was through the revolutionary movements it inspired. The American Revolution, which culminated in the formation of the United States in 1776, was deeply influenced by Enlightenment thinkers like John Locke and Montesquieu. Their ideas on natural rights, the separation of powers, and the role of government in protecting individual freedoms directly shaped the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. The Enlightenment's emphasis on liberty and equality not only led to the creation of new democratic institutions in the U.S., but also set a precedent for the global spread of democratic ideals. In Europe, the French Revolution of 1789 was another key event propelled by Enlightenment ideas. Thinkers like Rousseau, who championed the concept of the general will and the social contract, inspired revolutionary movements that overthrew the monarchy and sought to establish a republic grounded in the principles of equality, fraternity, and liberty. These revolutionary ideas resonated throughout Europe and inspired movements for democratic reform and social justice across the continent. The influence of the Enlightenment was not confined to Western countries. It also impacted colonies and territories around the world. In Latin America, Enlightenment ideas provided the intellectual foundation for independence movements in the early 19th century. Leaders like Simón Bolívar, who sought to liberate South America from colonial rule, were inspired by Enlightenment principles of self-determination and the rights of the people. The desire for freedom from imperial domination and the pursuit of equality and justice became central to the region's revolutionary movements, reflecting the Enlightenment's global reach. In Asia and Africa, the Enlightenment's influence was more indirect but still significant. While these regions did not experience the same kind of political revolutions as in Europe and the Americas, the introduction of Enlightenment ideas about education, governance, and individual rights influenced reforms in colonial administrations and spurred intellectual exchanges. In India, for example, British colonial officials and Indian reformers like Raja Ram Mohan Roy were influenced by Enlightenment ideas, especially in the areas of social reform, education, and the abolition of practices such as sati, the ritual of widow burning. The Enlightenment also influenced the development of global economic systems, particularly the rise of capitalism and the market-driven economy. Economic philosophers like Adam Smith, whose work The Wealth of Nations laid the groundwork for modern economics, contributed to the spread of capitalist ideals worldwide. Smith's advocacy for free markets, competition, and minimal government intervention in trade influenced economic policies not only in Europe, but also in newly independent nations. In conclusion, the global impact of the Enlightenment was profound, reaching far beyond Europe's borders and inspiring revolutions, social reforms, and intellectual movements around the world. Its principles of reason, liberty, democracy, and human rights continue to shape political and social thought influencing global movements for freedom and equality to this day. The Enlightenment set the stage for a more interconnected world, where ideas about governance, justice, and individual rights would resonate across cultures and nations, forging a legacy that endures in the modern world. Enlightenment ideas beyond Europe. The Enlightenment's influence extended far beyond Europe, leaving an imprint on societies across the globe. While its intellectual origins lay in European cities like Paris, London, and Berlin, the movement's core ideas about reason, individual rights, liberty, and secular governance resonated widely, inspiring revolutions, social reforms, and intellectual change in regions as diverse as the Americas, India, and Africa. These ideas laid the groundwork for transformative shifts in political, social, and cultural structures worldwide. As colonies and regions under foreign rule began to embrace Enlightenment principles. In the Americas, the impact of the Enlightenment was profound and transformative. Enlightenment thinkers like John Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau played pivotal roles in shaping the political philosophies that underpinned the American and French revolutions. In the American colonies, the principles of natural rights and the social contract inspired the Declaration of Independence, with figures such as Thomas Jefferson drawing directly from Enlightenment ideas about liberty, equality, and the right to self-governance. The creation of the United States was a direct manifestation of Enlightenment ideals, as it called for the establishment of democratic institutions based on popular sovereignty and individual freedoms, marking a dramatic departure from monarchical rule. The French Revolution of 1789, too, was a key moment in the global spread of Enlightenment thought. The ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, espoused by Enlightenment philosophers, drove the movement to overthrow the monarchy and demand democratic reforms. The revolutionaries' focus on individual rights and social justice had a ripple effect across Europe and the world, influencing other political uprisings, such as the Haitian Revolution. In Haiti, enslaved people fought for their freedom, inspired by the ideals of the Enlightenment and the revolutionary example set by France and America. In Latin America, the Enlightenment also fueled independence movements throughout the early 19th century. Leaders like Simón Bolívar were profoundly influenced by the writings of Rousseau and Locke, and sought to create republics based on the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Bolívar's vision of a united Latin America was inspired by Enlightenment ideas about democracy and the rights of citizens to self-determination, leading to the independence of several Latin American countries from Spanish rule. Enlightenment thought also reached India, albeit through colonial encounters. British administrators and Indian reformers alike encountered Enlightenment ideas as they navigated British rule. Indian intellectuals such as Raja Ram Mohan Roy were inspired by the principles of individual rights and social justice that came from Enlightenment philosophers. Roy pushed for reforms such as the abolition of sati, widow burning, the promotion of education, and the improvement of women's rights, advocating for the application of rational thought to social issues. In Africa, while the Enlightenment's impact was less direct, the movement's emphasis on human rights and social progress influenced the way that colonial administrators and reformers approached governance and social structures. Intellectual exchanges, particularly through European missionaries and scholars, introduced Enlightenment concepts to African thinkers who later played significant roles in movements for independence and the push for civil rights. Overall, the reach of Enlightenment ideas beyond Europe shaped revolutions, reforms, and intellectual movements across the globe. From the Americas to Asia and Africa, the values of reason, liberty, and equality paved the way for political independence and social progress, leaving a lasting global legacy that continues to influence contemporary ideas about governance, rights, and justice. The influence on the American Revolution. The American Revolution was deeply influenced by Enlightenment thought, which provided the intellectual foundation for the colonists' desire to break free from British rule. Enlightenment philosophers like John Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau championed ideas about natural rights, the social contract, and the separation of powers, all of which directly shaped the revolutionary rhetoric and political structure of the newly formed United States. These philosophical ideas were key to the American colonists' growing dissatisfaction with monarchical rule and their aspiration to create a government based on the principles of liberty and democracy. One of the central Enlightenment concepts that influenced the American Revolution was the idea of natural rights. John Locke, in particular, argued that individuals possess inherent rights to life, liberty, and property, and that the primary role of government is to protect these rights. Locke's belief that governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed resonated strongly with the colonists, who felt that their rights were being violated by the British monarchy, particularly through taxation, without representation, and other forms of political and economic control. The Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson in 1776, reflects Locke's ideas, asserting that all men are endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that when a government fails to protect these rights, the people have the right to overthrow it. Another critical Enlightenment influence on the American Revolution was the concept of the separation of powers, which Montesquieu outlined in his work, The Spirit of the Laws. Montesquieu argued that the powers of government should be divided into separate branches, executive, legislative, and judicial, to prevent any one branch from becoming too powerful and infringing upon the rights of the people. This idea inspired the framers of the U.S. Constitution, who implemented a system of checks and balances, ensuring that no single branch of government could dominate the others. The Constitution thus became a direct manifestation of Enlightenment ideas about limiting government power and safeguarding individual freedoms. Additionally, Rousseau's notion of the social contract played a role in shaping the revolutionary mindset. Rousseau argued that legitimate political authority rests on the collective will of the people, and that government should be based on the general will, which seeks the common good. This concept resonated with the American colonists' desire for self-governance and their belief that a just government should reflect the will of the people. The idea of popular sovereignty, central to the American Revolution, can be traced back to Rousseau's teachings. In conclusion, the American Revolution was profoundly influenced by Enlightenment ideas. The philosophers of the Enlightenment provided the intellectual framework for the revolutionaries, demands for liberty, equality, and self-determination. These ideas helped to shape the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the foundation of American political thought, creating a lasting legacy that continues to influence the principles of democracy and human rights worldwide. The spread of rationalism in Asia and Latin America. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, scientific inquiry, and individual rights reached beyond the confines of Europe, sparking intellectual movements in both Asia and Latin America. While the spread of rationalism was not as immediate or widespread as in Europe, it still had a profound impact on these regions, influencing reforms, intellectual discourse, and the eventual push for political and social change. The ideas of rationalism, which championed the use of reason and empirical evidence over tradition and superstition, found resonance in different forms and at different times in these areas, particularly during the colonial era and in the wake of colonial struggles for independence. In Asia, the direct impact of European Enlightenment ideas was initially limited but became more significant during the 18th and 19th centuries as European colonial influence grew. Rationalism's influence was most notable in India, where British colonial rule introduced Western ideas to intellectual circles. Indian reformers such as Raja Ram Mohan Roy became advocates for the application of reason to traditional practices and societal norms. Roy, often referred to as the father of the Indian Renaissance, was influenced by the Enlightenment's commitment to rational thought and sought to reform various aspects of Indian society. He advocated for the abolition of practices such as sati, the ritual of widow burning, and child marriage, and he promoted the rights of women, all grounded in a rational critique of social customs. Roy's rationalist approach to social reform laid the intellectual groundwork for later Indian independence movements and was part of the broader effort to reconcile traditional Indian values with modern Enlightenment-inspired thinking. In Japan, the Enlightenment's rationalist ideas began to spread in the late 19th century during the Meiji Restoration. This period of rapid modernization saw Japan adopting Western technologies and ideas in an effort to compete with the imperial powers of the West. The Meiji government promoted a rationalist approach to governance, focusing on science, education, and industry as key components of national strength. The government encouraged the study of Western political and philosophical thought, which included the works of Enlightenment thinkers, and incorporated rationalist ideals into Japan's new legal and educational systems. In Latin America, the spread of rationalism was more directly tied to the region's colonial experience and its struggles for independence. The ideas of the European Enlightenment, particularly those about liberty, equality, and self-governance, found fertile ground among the intellectual elite of Latin America. Figures such as Simón Bolívar, José de San Martín, and Bernardo O'Higgins were profoundly influenced by Enlightenment ideas and sought to establish republican governments based on rational principles of law and governance after they freed their countries from Spanish rule. Bolívar, for example, was deeply influenced by the writings of Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Locke, and incorporated these ideas into his vision of an independent and united Latin America. He sought to create a government structure based on rational, democratic principles, emphasizing the need for a system that reflected the will of the people. While the spread of rationalism in Asia and Latin America was shaped by local cultural and political contexts, Enlightenment ideas about reason, progress, and the rights of individuals helped lay the foundation for modern political, social, and intellectual movements in these regions. From India's reformist intellectuals to Latin American independence leaders, the rationalist ideals of the Enlightenment played a role in challenging old hierarchies, promoting education, and fostering the development of modern political thought that would shape the future of both continents. The role of the Enlightenment in the abolition of slavery. The Enlightenment played a significant role in the intellectual and philosophical shift that led to the abolition of slavery. The period's emphasis on reason, human rights, and equality challenged long-standing societal structures and practices, including the institution of slavery. Enlightenment thinkers rejected the traditional justifications for slavery, such as the belief in the inherent inferiority of enslaved peoples, and promoted ideas about universal human rights, the sanctity of liberty, and the moral duties of individuals and governments. These ideas ultimately helped to inspire abolitionist movements across Europe, the Americas, and beyond. One of the core principles of the Enlightenment was the idea of natural rights. Thinkers like John Locke argued that all individuals, by virtue of their humanity, possessed inalienable rights to life, liberty, and property. This concept of natural rights posed a direct challenge to the institution of slavery, which denied these very rights to enslaved people. As Enlightenment thinkers began to question traditional political and social structures, they increasingly recognized that slavery violated the fundamental principles of human equality and justice. The notion that all people, regardless of race or social status, were entitled to freedom and dignity began to take root, fueling abolitionist arguments. Philosophers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau also played a pivotal role in the abolition of slavery through their emphasis on the social contract and the idea that legitimate political authority arises from the consent of the governed. Rousseau's belief in the equality of all citizens within the social contract further undermined the legitimacy of slavery. He argued that no one should be subjected to the absolute power of another, a key argument used by abolitionists to advocate for the emancipation of enslaved people. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason also led to the questioning of long-standing racial hierarchies that were used to justify slavery. As Enlightenment thinkers called for empirical evidence and rational arguments, the pseudoscientific racial theories that upheld slavery began to lose credibility. Enlightenment intellectuals increasingly argued that race was not a valid basis for inequality, challenging the prevailing racial prejudices that justified the subjugation of enslaved people. In the Americas, the Enlightenment had a profound influence on the abolitionist movement. Enlightenment ideas about liberty, justice, and human rights resonated with both enslaved people and those advocating for their freedom. The American Revolution, with its rhetoric of liberty and equality, inspired enslaved individuals and abolitionists in both the United States and the Caribbean. In Britain, the abolition movement gained momentum through the efforts of figures like Granville Sharp, Thomas Clarkson, and William Wilberforce, who used Enlightenment principles to argue against the moral and legal legitimacy of slavery. The ideas of the Enlightenment also found expression in legal reforms. The abolition of the transatlantic slave trade in Britain in 1807, followed by the eventual abolition of slavery itself in 1833, was influenced by Enlightenment thought. Similarly, in the United States, the abolition of slavery after the Civil War was partly the result of growing recognition, rooted in Enlightenment philosophy, that slavery was morally indefensible and incompatible with the principles of freedom and equality. In conclusion, the Enlightenment played a crucial role in the abolition of slavery by providing the philosophical foundation for the moral and intellectual arguments against it. By advocating for universal human rights, equality, and the rejection of tyranny, Enlightenment thinkers helped to create the ideological environment in which slavery was increasingly seen as incompatible with the values of justice and reason. These ideas galvanized abolitionist movements worldwide, leading to significant strides toward the liberation of enslaved people and the eventual end of slavery in many parts of the world. Transcultural exchanges of Enlightenment thought. The Enlightenment was not just a European phenomenon. Its ideas spread across the globe through a variety of transcultural exchanges. As the Enlightenment challenged traditional notions of power, knowledge, and social structures, these ideas found receptive audiences far beyond Europe. Global exchanges, such as the trade networks, colonial connections, and intellectual correspondences between the East and West, facilitated the dissemination and adaptation of Enlightenment thought in diverse cultural contexts, including Asia, Africa, and Latin America. One of the key mechanisms through which Enlightenment ideas spread was the expansion of European colonial empires. While colonialism itself often operated through exploitative and oppressive structures, it also created networks that allowed intellectual exchanges. European colonial powers, particularly Britain, France, and Spain, brought Enlightenment writings and philosophies to their colonies. These ideas often found fertile ground in local intellectual circles, where they sparked debates on governance, justice, and individual rights. For example, Enlightenment works on natural rights, social contract theory, and political philosophy influenced the development of reformist movements in India, Latin America, and parts of Africa. In India, the introduction of British colonialism during the 18th century created a complex intellectual environment where local scholars, reformers, and thinkers engaged with Enlightenment ideas. Figures like Raja Ram Mohan Roy in India drew on the works of European philosophers, including John Locke and Voltaire, to challenge traditional practices and promote social reforms. Roy, for instance, was inspired by Enlightenment ideas on individual liberty and equality, and used them to advocate for the abolition of practices like sati, widow burning, and child marriage. His reforms, while deeply rooted in Indian cultural contexts, were informed by the rationalist and progressive ideals of the Enlightenment, reflecting a transcultural adaptation of Western thought. In the Islamic world, figures like Shah Waliullah and other reformist scholars also engaged with the Enlightenment ideas of reason, religious tolerance, and the pursuit of knowledge, reinterpreting them in the context of Islamic philosophy and ethics. The transmission of European Enlightenment ideas through trade, diplomacy, and scholarship helped inform these local thinkers' critiques of religious orthodoxy, the tyranny of rulers, and social inequalities. Their reinterpretation of Enlightenment principles ultimately contributed to the emergence of modern reform movements in the Middle East and South Asia. Latin America also experienced profound transcultural exchanges of Enlightenment thought. The colonial elite in Spanish and Portuguese colonies were exposed to European philosophical works, and these ideas influenced the political and social struggles for independence. Figures like Simón Bolívar were deeply inspired by the ideas of Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Voltaire, adapting them to the political realities of Latin America. The core values of the Enlightenment, including liberty, justice, and self-governance, were central to the region's independence movements, as these ideals provided a philosophical foundation for challenging colonial rule. In conclusion, the transcultural exchange of Enlightenment ideas played a vital role in the intellectual and political transformations across the world. While Enlightenment thought began in Europe, its principles spread through a complex web of colonialism, trade, and intellectual correspondence, influencing diverse societies. The adaptation of these ideas in different cultural contexts helped shape the modern world, contributing to the global movements for social reform, political revolution, and the promotion of human rights. Chapter 12, Criticisms and Limitations of the Enlightenment. While the Enlightenment is often celebrated for its contributions to modernity, rational thought, and individual rights, it has also faced significant criticism over the years. Despite its emphasis on universalism and progress, the Enlightenment was not without its limitations and contradictions. Some critics have argued that the period's ideas were inherently Eurocentric, dismissive of non-Western cultures, and inadequate in addressing certain social inequalities. Additionally, the Enlightenment's focus on reason and rationality has been criticized for its narrowness and failure to acknowledge the complexities of human nature and society. One of the most prominent criticisms of the Enlightenment is its Eurocentrism. The intellectual framework of the Enlightenment was largely shaped by European philosophers and thinkers, and its principles were often framed within a European context. While the Enlightenment championed ideas of liberty, equality, and human rights, these ideals were frequently applied selectively. Enlightenment thinkers, for instance, often failed to extend their conceptions of rights and freedom to women, enslaved people, and indigenous populations. Many Enlightenment philosophers, such as Kant and Hegel, maintained views that justified colonialism, racial hierarchies, and the marginalization of non-European peoples. As a result, the Enlightenment's vision of progress and equality was deeply compromised by its exclusion of large swaths of humanity. Additionally, the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason as the guiding principle of human existence has been critiqued for its over-reliance on rationality at the expense of emotion, intuition, and the richness of human experience. Critics such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that the Enlightenment's emphasis on rationalism ignored the importance of human emotion, social bonds, and the complexities of human nature. For Rousseau, the Enlightenment's belief in the supremacy of reason led to the alienation of individuals from their natural instincts and the values of community. In this view, the Enlightenment's embrace of reason and scientific progress could not fully account for the emotional and social dimensions of human life, which were equally important for achieving a just and meaningful society. The Enlightenment's commitment to progress and rationality has also been criticized for its utopianism. Many Enlightenment thinkers believed that through reason and science, human beings could achieve perfect knowledge, create ideal societies, and eradicate social evils. However, this optimism has been critiqued as overly idealistic, particularly when considering the social realities of the time. For instance, the promises of liberty and equality that underpinned the Enlightenment's philosophical agenda were often left unfulfilled in practice. The period saw continued inequality for women, the persistence of slavery, and the domination of imperial powers over colonized peoples. Enlightenment ideals were often implemented selectively, and their practical application sometimes perpetuated systems of oppression. Finally, the Enlightenment's focus on individualism has been criticized for its neglect of social responsibility and communal values. The Enlightenment's promotion of individual autonomy and self-interest was often at odds with the needs of collective society. Some critics argue that this focus on the individual led to a decline in social cohesion and solidarity, particularly in the context of rising capitalism and the increasing focus on individual rights over collective welfare. In this view, the Enlightenment's emphasis on personal liberty and self-determination may have contributed to social fragmentation and inequality. In conclusion, while the Enlightenment played a pivotal role in shaping modern thought and political philosophy, it was not without its limitations and criticisms. Its Eurocentric focus, reliance on reason, utopian ideals, and emphasis on individualism have all been points of contention. These criticisms highlight the complexities of the Enlightenment and suggest that, while it contributed greatly to the development of modern society, it also had profound contradictions and shortcomings. The Enlightenment and its exclusion of marginalized voices. While the Enlightenment is often celebrated for its advances in reason, individual rights, and social progress, it is also important to recognize the significant exclusion of marginalized voices during this period. The philosophical ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity that the Enlightenment promoted were, in many cases, not extended to all people, and significant portions of the population were left out of the intellectual and political transformations that took place. This exclusion is a critical aspect of the Enlightenment that has often been overlooked in traditional narratives of the era. One of the most glaring exclusions of the Enlightenment was the treatment of women. Despite the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and universal rights, women were largely excluded from the philosophical debates of the time. Prominent Enlightenment thinkers such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Kant maintained views that were often dismissive of women's intellectual capabilities and social roles. Rousseau, for example, argued that women's place was in the domestic sphere and that their education should be tailored to their roles as wives and mothers, rather than as independent thinkers or political agents. Although some women, such as Mary Wollstonecraft, began to challenge these views and advocate for women's rights, their voices were often marginalized or ignored by the mainstream intellectual circles of the Enlightenment. In addition to women, enslaved people and colonized populations were similarly excluded from the Enlightenment's promises of liberty and equality. Many Enlightenment thinkers, including celebrated figures like Locke and Hume, held views that justified slavery and colonialism, viewing non-European peoples as racially inferior and incapable of full participation in the rational, enlightened society they envisioned. Enlightenment ideas about the social contract and human rights were often applied selectively, with the exclusion of enslaved people and indigenous populations from the definition of who was entitled to these rights. The ideals of freedom and equality that emerged during the Enlightenment were therefore not universal, but were instead shaped by the dominant social and racial hierarchies of the time. Additionally, the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and rationality often marginalized other forms of knowledge and ways of being, particularly those rooted in indigenous, religious, and non-Western traditions. The Enlightenment's focus on empirical science and reason led to the dismissal of non-rational forms of knowledge, such as spiritual or intuitive wisdom, which were valued by many cultures outside of Europe. This narrow conception of knowledge resulted in the domination of Western epistemologies and the erasure of diverse intellectual traditions. The exclusion of marginalized voices during the Enlightenment also extended to lower classes, particularly in the context of economic and political power. While Enlightenment thinkers advocated for democratic principles, the rights of the poor and working classes were often sidelined in favor of the rights of property-owning men. The Enlightenment's promotion of individual rights and liberties was often seen through the lens of bourgeois interests, which excluded those without wealth or status from fully participating in the political discourse of the time. In conclusion, the Enlightenment, while a time of significant intellectual and political progress, was also a period that reinforced many forms of exclusion. Women, enslaved people, colonized populations, non-Western cultures, and lower classes were often left out of the promises of equality, liberty, and reason that characterized the era. Recognizing these exclusions is essential to understanding the limitations of the Enlightenment and acknowledging the need for continued struggles for justice, equality, and inclusivity in the modern world. The critique of Enlightenment rationalism. The Enlightenment is often synonymous with the rise of reason, logic, and scientific inquiry, as thinkers championed rationalism as the key to human progress. The movement emphasized that through reason, individuals could transcend ignorance, superstition, and tyranny. However, this strong reliance on rationalism has been critiqued by several thinkers throughout history, who argued that Enlightenment rationalism, while a catalyst for many positive advancements, also had significant limitations that overlooked the complexity of human existence and society. One of the key critiques of Enlightenment rationalism came from those who felt that the movement's overemphasis on reason and logic neglected the emotional, social, and cultural aspects of human life. Philosophers such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that reason, as promoted by Enlightenment thinkers, led to the alienation of individuals from their natural instincts and their inherent social bonds. Rousseau, in his work, The Social Contract, contended that the Enlightenment's focus on individualism and reason eroded the sense of community and cooperation that was essential for a just and fulfilling society. For Rousseau, human beings were not solely rational creatures, but also emotional and social beings who could not be fully understood through reason alone. He believed that society's emphasis on reason ignored the importance of empathy, compassion, and emotional connection, which were equally necessary for human flourishing. Further critiques of rationalism arose from thinkers who questioned the idea that reason could be the ultimate tool for solving all of society's problems. Some argued that by prioritizing rational thought above all else, Enlightenment thinkers ignored the limits of human knowledge and the unpredictable nature of the world. German philosopher Immanuel Kant, though part of the Enlightenment movement, also raised concerns about the limits of reason in his work, Critique of Pure Reason. Kant argued that human cognition was restricted by innate structures of the mind, meaning that reason could not necessarily lead to an ultimate or complete understanding of reality. This skepticism of rationalism suggested that human knowledge was more limited than Enlightenment thinkers had realized, and that other forms of understanding, such as intuition, experience, and emotion, played an equally important role in navigating the world. The critique of rationalism also extended to the Enlightenment's role in social and political affairs. While Enlightenment thinkers advocated for reason as the foundation for justice and governance, the application of rational principles to politics often led to a reductionist and overly idealistic vision of society. Critics argued that applying abstract rational principles to complex human societies risked oversimplifying the intricate realities of social, economic, and political dynamics. The Enlightenment's reliance on universal rights and logical reasoning sometimes failed to take into account the messy, non-rational aspects of politics, such as power struggles, historical context, and emotional motivations that shaped human behavior. In addition, Enlightenment rationalism was often critiqued for its exclusion of non-rational forms of knowledge and cultural expression. The period's embrace of scientific thought and empirical evidence led to the marginalization of other ways of knowing, such as religious or spiritual beliefs, which were often dismissed as irrational. Enlightenment thinkers tended to view reason as superior to other forms of wisdom, such as those rooted in tradition, culture, or faith. This narrow view of knowledge limited the broader human experience and ignored the value of different cultural perspectives. In conclusion, the critique of Enlightenment rationalism highlights the limitations and complexities of the period's intellectual framework. While the emphasis on reason brought about significant progress in science, politics, and philosophy, it also neglected the emotional, social, and cultural dimensions of human life. Critics of Enlightenment rationalism have argued that reason alone is insufficient for understanding the complexities of the human experience, and that a more inclusive approach incorporating intuition, emotion, and diverse forms of knowledge is necessary for a fuller understanding of the world and human nature. The tension between reason and emotion. The Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, scientific progress, and the pursuit of knowledge, played a pivotal role in shaping modern thought. However, this era also set the stage for a profound tension between reason and emotion, as the intellectual movement prioritized rationality and logical thinking as the ultimate means of understanding the world. While reason was seen as the guiding force for progress, emotion was often portrayed as irrational, subjective, and even disruptive to intellectual pursuits. This tension has been a source of debate for centuries, as both reason and emotion are integral aspects of human experience. The Enlightenment's insistence on reason as the primary driver of progress placed a significant strain on the role of emotion in human life. Rationality, through the use of logic and empirical evidence, was celebrated as the way to attain truth and make moral decisions. The movement encouraged the idea that through reason, human beings could break free from the constraints of superstition, tradition, and religious dogma. In this context, emotion was frequently regarded as an obstacle to clear thinking, and philosophers like René Descartes emphasized the importance of separating the passions from the intellect to achieve clarity and objectivity. For Descartes, the mind and body were separate, and emotions, rooted in the body, were seen as unreliable, while the rational mind, governed by reason, was elevated as the true source of knowledge and ethical decision-making. However, the Enlightenment's idealization of reason did not go unchallenged. Philosophers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau critiqued the movement's exclusion of emotion and the natural instincts that were considered irrational or untamed. Rousseau argued that reason alone was not sufficient to achieve true freedom and happiness. In his work, The Social Contract, he proposed that a balance between reason and emotion was essential for a harmonious society. According to Rousseau, the Enlightenment's focus on reason had led to the alienation of individuals from their emotional and natural selves. He believed that emotion, particularly the sense of empathy and moral feeling, was necessary for understanding our moral duties and connecting to one another on a deeper level than logic alone could achieve. The tension between reason and emotion also played out in the realm of art and literature during the Enlightenment. While Enlightenment thinkers celebrated reason's ability to reflect the order of the natural world, the rise of Romanticism in the late 18th century pushed back against the cold rationality of the era by emphasizing the power of emotion, intuition, and individual expression. Romantic writers and artists sought to explore the depths of human feeling and imagination, counteracting the Enlightenment's view of emotion as something to be controlled or suppressed. They viewed emotion as an essential part of human experience that should not be dismissed in favor of reasoned detachment. The tension between reason and emotion remains a key theme in modern philosophy, psychology, and art. While the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason undoubtedly led to monumental advances in science and social thought, the Romanticism of emotion provided a necessary counterbalance, acknowledging the richness of human life beyond the bounds of logic. Both reason and emotion are integral to the human experience, and their interplay continues to shape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. The challenge is not to elevate one above the other, but to recognize the value of both in achieving a more holistic understanding of the complexities of life. The rise of Romanticism in response to the Enlightenment. Romanticism emerged in the late 18th and early 19th centuries as a reaction against the principles and ideals of the Enlightenment. While the Enlightenment was characterized by an emphasis on reason, scientific rationality, and progress, Romanticism sought to prioritize emotion, individualism, intuition, and the sublime. This shift was not just a rejection of Enlightenment thought, but also a response to the social, political, and cultural upheavals that defined the period, including the Industrial Revolution, the French Revolution, and the rise of urbanization. One of the central tenets of Enlightenment thought was the belief in the power of reason to shape a just society, attain knowledge, and create progress. Thinkers of the Enlightenment, such as Voltaire and Rousseau, argued that human beings could transcend superstition and ignorance through rational thought. In contrast, Romanticism arose as a critique of this over-reliance on reason. Romantic thinkers, writers, and artists felt that the Enlightenment had neglected the importance of emotion, imagination, and the irrational aspects of human experience. They argued that reason, while valuable, could not fully capture the complexity of human life. The Romantics sought to explore the emotional and spiritual dimensions of existence, emphasizing intuition, personal experience, and the connection to nature. Romanticism also arose as a reaction to the mechanization and industrialization that were rapidly transforming society during the late 18th century. The Enlightenment's focus on reason and scientific inquiry had facilitated the rise of industrial capitalism, which many Romantics saw as dehumanizing and alienating. The Industrial Revolution, with its emphasis on mass production and the exploitation of labor, contrasted sharply with the Romantic ideal of the individual and the natural world. Romantic thinkers idealized the rural, the sublime, and the untamed forces of nature, which they believed had been degraded by the rise of factories and the expansion of cities. They were particularly drawn to the power and mystery of nature, seeing it as a source of inspiration and spiritual renewal. The Romantics also rejected the Enlightenment's emphasis on universalism and abstraction. While the Enlightenment thinkers often focused on reason as a universal truth, Romanticism celebrated individuality, the subjective, and the unique experiences of the individual. Writers like Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, poets such as William Wordsworth, and painters like Caspar David Friedrich sought to explore the depth of human feeling, often focusing on themes such as love, death, longing, and the supernatural. The movement emphasized the importance of personal expression and the exploration of inner emotional landscapes, often through vivid imagery and symbolism. In literature, the Romantic movement gave rise to a new style that embraced passion, idealism, and the celebration of the individual. Writers like Lord Byron, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and Mary Shelley crafted works that sought to explore the mysteries of the human soul and the tensions between society and the individual. The focus on the emotional and the imaginative marked a departure from the Enlightenment's emphasis on rationalism, as these writers embraced the complexities of the human experience that could not always be explained by logic or reason alone. In conclusion, Romanticism emerged as a powerful counterpoint to the Enlightenment, rejecting its rationalist focus and elevating emotion, nature, and individuality. The Romantics sought to explore the emotional depths of the human experience and to reconnect with the mysteries of nature and the imagination. This cultural shift had a profound impact on art, literature, and philosophy, helping to shape the course of modern thought by highlighting the limits of reason and celebrating the value of emotion and intuition. The paradoxes and contradictions of Enlightenment ideals. The Enlightenment, often hailed as the age of reason and intellectual awakening, promoted ideals of liberty, equality, and the pursuit of knowledge. However, despite its emphasis on rational thought and progress, the Enlightenment also gave rise to a number of paradoxes and contradictions that complicated its legacy. These contradictions reflect the complexity of the Enlightenment era, where its ideals of freedom and human rights were often at odds with practices and beliefs that contradicted those same values. One of the most glaring contradictions of the Enlightenment was its simultaneous promotion of liberty and the persistence of slavery. Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued for the natural rights of individuals, including the right to life, liberty, and property. These ideas, particularly Locke's theory of natural rights, laid the philosophical groundwork for later democratic movements and the abolition of monarchies. Yet, despite these proclamations of universal human rights, slavery continued to thrive in Europe and the American colonies throughout much of the Enlightenment period. Enlightenment thinkers themselves, many of whom were proponents of the idea of human freedom, were often complicit in or remained silent about the practice of slavery, reflecting a deep inconsistency between their ideals and their actions. Another contradiction lay in the Enlightenment's belief in reason as the path to human progress and its tendency to marginalize or dismiss other forms of knowledge. The era placed great emphasis on rational thought, scientific reasoning, and empirical evidence as the means to attain truth and understanding. However, this reverence for reason often came at the expense of emotional, spiritual, and cultural aspects of human experience. The Enlightenment's focus on reason led to the dismissal of religious faith, intuition, and other subjective forms of knowledge. This created a divide between the rational and the irrational, which excluded important dimensions of human existence from intellectual discourse. Additionally, while the Enlightenment celebrated individual autonomy and the potential for human beings to improve their societies through reason, it also supported certain hierarchical and exclusionary practices. Women, for instance, were largely excluded from the intellectual advancements of the period, as Enlightenment thinkers rarely considered women's rights or intellectual capacities on equal terms with men. Philosophers like Immanuel Kant and Voltaire, who championed the rights of individuals and the importance of personal liberty, did not extend these beliefs to women, African people, or indigenous populations. In this sense, the Enlightenment's ideals of equality were often limited and uneven in their application. Furthermore, the Enlightenment's emphasis on universal truths and objective knowledge often led to an oversimplification of complex societal issues. Thinkers of the period, while advocating for reason and scientific inquiry, sometimes imposed rigid, one-size-fits-all solutions to political and social problems. The ideals of rationalism, when applied to politics, led to overly systematic models of governance that disregarded cultural and historical contexts, which sometimes resulted in the imposition of Western-style political and social norms on diverse societies. In conclusion, the Enlightenment's ideals of reason, liberty, and equality were filled with paradoxes and contradictions. While the era set the stage for profound intellectual and social changes, it also left unresolved tensions between its principles and practices. These contradictions continue to spark debates about the limitations of Enlightenment thought and the complex legacy of the period in shaping modern Western philosophy, politics, and society. Chapter 13. Conclusion. The Enlightenment, often regarded as one of the most transformative periods in Western history, reshaped the landscape of intellectual thought, culture, politics, and society. Its emphasis on reason, individual liberty, scientific progress, and human rights set the foundation for modern democracy, philosophy, and the arts. The Enlightenment's ideals sparked revolutionary movements, led to significant political reforms, and gave birth to a new understanding of human potential. However, as explored throughout this book, the Enlightenment was not without its contradictions and limitations. While the Enlightenment championed reason and the pursuit of knowledge, it was also marked by contradictions, such as its failure to fully reconcile the ideals of liberty and equality with practices like slavery and the marginalization of women. Enlightenment thinkers, many of whom believed in the universality of human rights, nonetheless remained silent or complicit in the systemic inequalities of their time. These paradoxes highlight the complexities of the era and the challenges of applying abstract ideals to a deeply divided society. Furthermore, the Enlightenment's focus on rationality and universalism led to the exclusion of subjective experiences, emotions, and cultures that could not be quantified or explained through reason alone. This rationalism, while fostering immense intellectual progress, also created tensions with other ways of knowing and being, particularly in relation to religion, the arts, and non-Western cultures. The rise of Romanticism in response to the Enlightenment reflects the desire to reclaim the emotional, spiritual, and subjective dimensions of human experience that had been sidelined by an overemphasis on reason. Despite these contradictions, the Enlightenment laid the groundwork for modernity, influencing the development of science, art, politics, and education. The era's emphasis on individual rights and freedoms, democratic governance, and intellectual inquiry continues to shape contemporary society. From the American and French revolutions to the abolitionist movements and the rise of secularism, the Enlightenment's legacy is deeply embedded in the structures and ideals that define the modern world. In conclusion, the Enlightenment was a complex and multifaceted movement that both advanced human thought and exposed its limitations. It provided a powerful vision of a society driven by reason and progress, but it also highlighted the challenges of applying abstract ideals to real-world injustices. The era's contradictions and critiques have paved the way for ongoing debates about the role of reason, emotion, and equality in shaping a just and enlightened world.